Hey guys, what up? How we doing? Hope we're fine. Let me see. Everything looks good. All right. Yep. All right. We are going to be doing a few things today. We are currently ramping on this build. We made a ton of currency over the weekend while I was off stream. I dropped Sinakara's locks too, literally, which was insanely lucky, and I haven't spent any of them, and they've been going up in price, so I can't complain. Since last time, we have since crafted a new pair of this chest piece. This shit cost me 11 fractures, 12 fractures actually, because 11 fails, 1 success. So we have this guy, which is a lot of ES and +1 specters. Then we are going to be crafting my +2 specter boots today, and I'll figure out what else I want to do afterwards, I guess. But yeah, that is the current game plan in any case. But starting off, I kind of wanna do this.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Let's see what we get. How am I dropping a regular ring? Oh, the ring bricked so hard it showed on my filter. Lamau. Nah, your ass, man. All right, we have so much to go through. Where can we start from? Self-flagellation is cheap, right? Yeah, no one's using it. Sorrow of the divine to set. No, you are good. Dude, look at that beam. What the fuck? Your ass. He has damage recouped to his life. So you convert life to ES, so your life pool is smaller, and then the chaos damage that should be going through there, you're recouping half of that as life. That's not bad. That actually has potential, I think. At series foible, well, I think that just screws it over, but I'll put it for a divine and see. Barbon Ventor's Gamble. Oh my god, if not for that reduced rarity, that would have been insane. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, internet is already acting up. This is very early for it to act up. Very, very early. Oh shit, Farborn Green Nightmare. Let's see. How much are you? NC, Sag. I'll keep you then. Then we have... None of you are really good. All of y'all are quite ass. So I guess Primordial Chain with Malevolence could be decent. Nope, it is most definitely not decent. Bisco's Leash. Farborn Void Battery. I mean, it's some money. Can't complain. All right, we've spent all that. What up, Dragon? How you doing?
What have you got for me?
All right. What are the things I said I was gonna sell? You for around about 95C.
Really?
Then there was you for a divine. Then that was it. So I think everybody else is kinda ass. So y'all can all go in here. And then Green Nightmare, like I said, I'll keep it because who knows? Maybe someone make a build and eventually becomes expensive. Who knows? You may have noticed I'm broke on gold. That is because Johan has all my gold now. 4 mil. So I have 12 days of King's March, which is really good. Then I have been farming strong boxes, hence why I was able to drop or dupe Hunakura's locks over the weekend. And I've been having a lot of fun doing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a few maps as is, and then we're going to craft +2 boots because we might as well earn the gold that we're going to use to craft it in those maps, eh? I think that's a pretty decent plan. I also have a lot of liquidating to do because I actually haven't liquidated since like the weekend. But yeah, as you can also notice, I'm now at 7k ES.
My money is gone.
Wave clear is top notch because Syndicate Operatives be off screening to this degree, and defensively I haven't died in like a day. We finally got, like, since I made the upgrades to get my life to the 7k range, I haven't died, mostly because now that my life is that high, my regen is even higher. And so even when I take stuff like reduced recovery rates per endurance charge, it doesn't, it barely matters. Like this is a burning ground map. It doesn't matter, you know. The one thing I could see being a problem later on is, depending on how juicy you want to take the content, Syndicate Operatives are really not the squishiest or the tankiest. So it might be a case of you need to really pump your damage numbers up to farm the really juice content, so that things that can kill them do not stay alive long enough to actually kill them. Am I bugging? What do you mean? Connection wise, or like, do I sound weird? If it's sound, I can look into it. Because I have turned off my PC like twice in the past like days, so, which seems fine. So it's potentially YouTube. The sound is cutting like a robot. Huh. A second, I'll check on my phone and I'll be right back. It sounded fine on my phone, but I will check something. Give me a quick second. Yeah, this is looking fine. I'll open it just in case. Yeah, okay. Do you notice anything different? I mean, what I did just now, I didn't really do anything, but just in case a program wasn't working, I just opened it and closed it again just to make sure, because sometimes it can bug out, but it was fine for me when I was listening to the VOD. Maybe my connection? I don't think so, because my connection is typically fine until it just completely shuts off. So if it happened, like let's say my connection drops, I don't know how YouTube handles it. I assume YouTube delays the stream a bit to catch up on, so nothing is missed. It wouldn't be a continuous robotic sound. Try refreshing the browser and see if that helps. I should be killing the balls if I do that.
I cannot do this yet.
And I guess another question would be, does the robotic sound extend past my voice, or is it literally every sound on the stream? What is... You know the funny thing about corpse explode on strong boxes? I think for the most part it cannot... I haven't run into it thick enough explode. Check the YouTube, it seems fine as well. Yeah, it might be a browser ghost. You might have to refresh or something. Do I need to change servers though? My thing on Washington DC is spiking for some reason. What's this? Soul Eater Hydra? The build as a whole, or why I have Hydras? The main DPS are the Syndicate Operatives, or the non-Hydras. The Hydra is there as a buffer, if you will. Rigwald, Curse, Home Spirits. None of these are expensive. Nothing here is worth taking. Yeah, nothing here is worth taking. Is that the first altar we're getting all map? Kinda trash. It's kinda not great, but it is what it is, I guess. Some maps are like that, I guess. Now you're ass. But yeah, the main DPS of this build is in the form of these guys. Syndicate Operatives. They throw a lot of daggers, and as you might have noticed, visual clarity is their specialty. They are chef's kiss when it comes to that. Visual clarity, and they off screen. So I really can't complain compared to like Registered Filers, where everything is just cluttered on your screen. These guys, you can actually see what's going on. Oh yeah, this I wanted to switch to from Washington, which was on the potentially laggier side. Such visual clarity, I didn't even notice them doing their job. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is they have to be like top, like they're top tier when it comes to visual clarity, just because of the simple fact that they have no clutter. They legit have zero clutter. Like I can try to point out their daggers so you actually see the projectiles, but you actually have to like look, because like you have to look at where the enemies are. They're like tiny black projectiles that are being shot to kill the enemies. So like if you watch this, see? Like look at it hitting the wall. That's how you know it's like being thrown. Do I have any yellow life force? I think I have some. Why does that randomly open sometimes? I don't think I press shift there. Ooh, move speed. So fun fact, when it comes to detonate corpses, I'm really not worried about myself. But that being said, I kind of don't like making the Syndicate Operatives eat damage they don't have to. So I always back off just for them.
I cannot do this yet.
Sure. Can give after this map. Whenever I see freezes when you activate it, I remember when I was a complete beginner at PoE, and like my very first league, I had the friend that introduced me, and he was always in chat answering my questions no matter how dumb they were. And I still remember this one question very vividly. And the question was regarding strong boxes. It was something along the lines of, I had opened many strong boxes, and every single time I had gotten freezes when you open it, I'd be like, I mean, I'm not worried, my minions are there to kill everybody. Then I got curious. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? How do non-minion builds even survive this? Because like, this is seemingly spicy, especially when it freezes you into like it detonates. Like, how do non-minion builds survive this mod? Come to find out, the answer was just be immune to freeze. Like, as a newer player, it even occurred to me that I needed to get freeze immunity to even begin with, right? I was following I think a build guide, but this question was from like my third lab or fourth lab. I saw a strong box I just had to click, because why would I not click a strong box when I'm clearing content? Like, I'm not just going to leave the strong box on the table, that's for sure. So just thinking back, I just find it hilarious. Because what do you mean that my first instinct for surviving freeze from strong boxes was, yeah, I have minions, I don't have to worry about it. We'll take you. If it weren't for Spectre prices being so high every league, I keep them on my radar. I died in enough labs with free strong boxes to only do my early labs with purity of element. I just made an internal rule. Like, I always do purity of element early, but I have an internal rule where I just don't engage with strong boxes in lab, regardless of how strong I feel. I just don't engage with them. I just said, yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth the hassle. Very many things could go wrong and very few things can go right. That just like, I kind of don't want to. Good luck. What'd you get? Syndicate operatives are awesome. Favorite specters back when they could shotgun. I hear they were insane back then. Cause like just conceptually it's insane, right? Conceptually, you have 3 projectiles that can multiply by 5 if you use GMP, and all of those can all hit the same enemy. That sounds insane. Like, just the sheer number of like multipliers that by itself is providing is wild. So yeah, I can tell why they nerfed it. I can't imagine what it felt like running into a rare Syndicate operative in a safe house with like additional proj. I assume it was kind of fine simply because enemies typically don't attack you until you know, get close to them and stuff like that. Brother, what's happening? Like coming out of Red Defilers to this amount of clarity, so satisfying. Not to mention just having this is the first minion build I've had that actually freezes the enemies, and I find it so satisfying seeing like things like that. Like they actually are able to hit hard enough to freeze, which is quite rare. What is this? And the best part is that we are only going to get more damage from here because like we still have so many upgrades to get. We have these boots to get. We have this to remove. We have this to replace because I POB'd a Dark Monarch version and that ended up being a lot more damage. So we're going for that. But it does require me to get a slightly more expensive adorned jewels. So that is an even higher budget. But basically it will require me to get jewels like, where are you at? Yeah, this one with the implicit, except like that suffix is ass, so I have to do something about it. And my adorned jewels of course are not great because the only prefix the suffixes are ass. I was a cheapskate when I got my adorned, and my adorned itself is ass. What do you know? This guy, it's only 76%. So odds are what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up selling a lock to fund a 90 something percent. I think I saw like 93%. I was going for 40 something D. So probably fund the 90 something percent adorn and then get some adorn jewels as well. That's probably going to be the plan for one of my locks, and then I'll just keep the second lock as a nest egg. But like I'm also in no real rush to sell it because I mean they've been going up, right? Yep, they're now 69 to 71. So they're still going up. Nah, G, you're gonna die. Seeing that Abyss travel, I just get reminded of last league. Oh, how they nerfed that mechanic. Completely gutted it. Took it out back and said, nah, G, you don't get to live one more moment. It wasn't even a nerf to like the strat itself. They just say, yo, you don't exist anymore. Just straight up remove the chest scarab. Like, holy, it was that deep. I died in enough laps to free strong boxes. I guess I could convert my Valap Doriani Spectre setup, but I always have mixed feelings on such things. On what, using Doriani or on going Spectres? Which one? I'm a big Spectre enjoyer, as you probably know. We left Reg Defilers to play with Syndicate Operatives. Two different Spectres, but like the way they are skilled is very, very different. Not to mention I'm a chieftain as well. So this is my first chieftain summoner, and I have to say 100% recommend. Feels really nice. Just 90% free res just by existing. But ignore these two because I kind of have minus res. But 90% when you don't take those modifiers, and even then, like, I mean, even now I still happily eat cold. Is it cold snap or what's it called? From strong boxes. All right, how much is an empower going for? I assume not that much, to be honest. 20C, yeah, I guess as much. I'll keep it. I'll keep it. I prefer leveling with the build I play for endgame to have that progression feel over a sudden respect. I agree with you 100%, but that is why I really like Spectres these days, because they allow for that playstyle versus like maybe back before like Wraith Lord Doriani, where before Wraith Lord and Dark Monarch, where you actually couldn't do this. Ignore Dark Monarch. Dark Monarch's a level unique, but you can get a Wraith Lord at level 33, I believe, and ignore that level requirement. That's from the jewels. It's like level 33, 32, something like that. And you can from that moment on go full Spectres and kind of just try to make do with what you have, and obviously improve past that. Now something like this, i.e. Syndicate Operatives, they are on the expensive side because baseline they don't do as much damage as the more meta choices like, you know, Reg Defilers them. But they're still doable, I guess. But you can always do stuff like Reg Defilers from campaign and scale them into an endgame version without actually having to like play something else and respec. Like I leaked started Spectres, right? So and the only reason you don't on the league start you don't do Spectres like day one is simply because I mean it's day one of the league, you can't afford the Wraith Lord. But if you're willing to give yourself an early Wraith Lord, then you can actually start from like Acts 4 full specters, and you're chilling. And then just start upgrading from there. Like after this build, my next build is going to be a champion, but it's also going to be specters again. Thing is, I'd probably stick to Dawnbreaker plus 2x conversion watchers for 100% lightning, so I'd lose the beta bind. The Spectre Dragonfang is quite expensive. Spectre Dragonfang is how it is. Meanwhile, absolutely, I'm already looking into luxury upgrades and debating farming for a mage blood. Oh, you mean like in terms of expense? In terms of expense, yeah, Spectres are quite expensive this league. More so than they typically are, and I mean, it's owing to how popular they are this league. Zizaran League started Spectres, so Spectres as a whole were on more people's radars, but typically not quite, you know, as expensive as it was this league. That being said, you're not locked into Spectre beta bind. It's just, I mean, it's a DPS option. You can always go Dawnbreaker and have that as a defensive upgrade. You'd have to adjust your build accordingly, but you can do that. But I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I used the same, that was the tech I used for the Absolution guide I made, right? The Dawnbreaker into double Watcher's Eye, because why not?
Get them away from me!
It's good tech.
Almost there.
But I mean, also, if you like Absolution, then there's no problem with it, you know. I'm always mixed. Like when I'm on Spectres, I kind of wish I had the more active Absolution place, and when I'm on Absolution, I had something more passive at times. You see, the solution to that is to just have both, or go for a semi-active Spectre playstyle, because there are playstyles you can have with Spectres that are more active. My next build is going to be a bit more involved. This one could be a bit more involved if I was so choose. I choose not to because I like the passive playstyle. But something like this guy, as an example, if I wanted to, I could have I could instead of doing this, I could use a two-handed weapon and manually use like Warcrafts, but then it becomes very active that way. Right, so you could go that route to be more involved. My next build is going to use banners, and banners are, I mean, they are going to be, what do you call it, press a button every X amount of time or X distance and keep profiting, basically. So a bit more active than this because you're pressing a button every so often, but it's really not active when you think about it, because it's just like boom, and then you're good for like more than your screen, because I think a banner's AoE goes from like here to like here or something like that. So you press it there and then you keep going, and then you just keep going, and you don't necessarily have to do it. It's just it's giga move speed, so why wouldn't you? You don't need it for damage, you need it for utility. To be honest, is Zoo where I kind of still do Val Skelly might be the answer. That could indeed be the answer. It's active enough that you're summoning skeletons, but not so active that you can't not summon them, because your main DPS would come from your zombies slash perma specters, assuming you're going damage specters and not the support specters. Piano build. Yes, you could do the piano with the two-handed. I know. The thought of the piano, like when I first thought about started theory crafting this build, it started off as a piano build, but every single time I thought about the concept of farming long amount of like long hours with piano and whatnot, I just thought to myself, yeah, I don't want to do all that. Like, no, ew, no, ew. Like that was literally every single time I thought about it, that was exactly my reaction. Like, no, ew. Also, I would come back from work and then I'd have to press 4 buttons every pack, or like even if I don't need it for damage, like on my current setup, I don't. Rallying Cry and all the others are nice to have while I'm clearing. They are not needed. They don't always land on my specters. Many times they're out of range, but it doesn't matter. I don't need it for damage. So even if it was a situation where, oh, I was only pressing it single target on like res and whatnot, I would still hate it that whenever I run into I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, even if it, and keep in mind on the initial planner, that walk ride was going to last 9 seconds, about 9 seconds give or take, with more duration support and stuff. But yeah, you can't convince me to do that. No. Not to mention, Enduring Cry is just not even optional. Enduring Cry just always has to be up. It's not a choice. It has to be up. So with that in mind, the piano would be a convocate into a cry every single pack. I don't want to do that. Yeah, no, ew is my reaction whenever I think about playing with the Link Headhunter helmet. No, those Cortex Spectres, yo, those guys are blinding. I was in a fort with a friend of mine, and we were on stream. It was on Saturday. I just one fort, and my eyes already felt dry. Like, brother, what am I looking at? What is all this? Like, I know what I'm looking at. I know the Spectre. I just don't like what I'm looking at. Like, are you trying to blind me? I would like to preserve my eyes, thank you. And not to mention, I personally hate links as well. I'm willing to put up, actually, let's I think I am willing to put up with it to a degree. For the greater good, I think I might be willing to like try it, but track record says I can't. And what do I mean by that? I have tried link builds like 3-4 times at this point over the years. Like I've tried in Necropolis, I tried, I think, in Settlers. I've tried using links multiple times. Every time I use a link skill, I log out in Blood Aqueduct. Like I never take the character to go farm T16. We never go that far. I get to Blood Aqueduct and that's it. It's like, okay, you're not happening. Every single time without fail. So as much as I want to say, yeah, I can do it, like I believe I can, yeah, I don't know for a fact that I can, because every single time I have tried, I have failed woefully at it. I hate link gameplay, especially when you realize, like, even other than the fact that you have to press it every so often. If you're going for the Headhunter helmet and you're trying to keep like a, because with the Headhunter helmet you want fewer specters or fewer minions, so that they can actually get more buffs per minion and actually buff themselves that way. Even if you're going for like a fewer amount, let's say 2 minions, 3 minions, yeah, now you don't have to, you can go for like this, the mastery that makes it so links take twice as long to break, because now you don't need that extra one additional random target that is linking to. But even then, I imagine it's still, I mean, I get to like 20 seconds, I think. Some 40 seconds will be really nice to have, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like I plan on trying a link build this league, just because life stacking is so popular, and I'm fascinated by the concept of the AG using the player max life axe and double rat pith with crown of fires. I'm very fascinated by that concept and how much damage you could do, and potentially scaling ignite and all these other things that you could do with the AG. Then the question is, am I fascinated enough that I can stand Link gameplay or not? That is the ultimate question that even I don't have the answer to until I try it. I mean, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. The crits is unideal though. But I guess it's pseudo ignites chance. Oh shit, it's not crit chance. You're right. Rip. Rip. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Is there any spectre that would like these gloves? Crit multi, faster casting, added fire. DPS 5% of the time. That is such an interesting way to put it, because like that doesn't make it seem better. If anything, in my eyes, that makes it seem way worse. Bootleg spark gloves. Holy. Wait, so let's see. It's crit multi. Who would like to wait. There is a minion that can use that. There is a minion that can use that. Let me see. Perfect. Sanguine Mansa. Sanguine Mansa Demon. You didn't show me the recommendation. How am I supposed to know? Alright. Perfect Sanguine Mansa Demon. These guys have innate conversion to fire, 25%. You can convert the rest to fire, obviously. So they would benefit from the flat fire. Unideal because flat fire versus flat fizz, one gets multiplied by 4, the other doesn't. Flat fizz does, you know, it's a spectre. Flat fire doesn't. But they can make use of the faster casting and the crit multi if you skill crits with them. What did you get? Holy shit, you annulled it. Congrats. Jeez, congrats. So what is your next crafting step? What are you going for there? What is your best case scenario for third suffix? Put spider? Yeah, okay. Sounds like a win. GG.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
Let me put feeding frenzy. Wouldn't that be a high reservation spider since it gets extra support? It depends.
I refuse to die.
Not many gems can actually support an aspect. So it depends on the support you plan on using. I would say check on POB to be 100% sure before you add aspect of the spider. Off the top of my head, what supports you wanted to use spell echo? That shouldn't affect it. You wanted to use spell echo, you wanted to use minion speed, shouldn't affect it. You wanted to use unbound ailment, and that might affect it, so heads up. Does unbound ailment specify supports? I don't think it's considered an ailment, but you never know. Faster casting. Yeah, you did want to use faster casting. Non-instant spell skills. It's instant though, I think. Yeah, auras are instants. Because like you can't support it with something like Enlighten as an example, because it's not a skill gem, and Enlighten specifies skill gem. Check POB to make sure supports don't inflate reservation.
I won't fail. Go! I'll handle it from here.
You know, I was randomly clearing a high fortress today or yesterday when I came to the very disturbing realization that after every single high fortress or mini fortress you do, in order to close the breach, Aelith literally sacrifices herself every single time, blows herself up literally to destroy the fortress. And I don't know what to do with this information, but now pass it on to you guys, so you're welcome. Every single time she says for the dreamer, she's really just trying to self-delete. The ancient Japanese technique. Uh-huh. So now you guys know. Do with this information what you will. Source code firebull NPC. She has 6 portals and she plans on using it. Is he really destroyed the survivor that committed world? Thought that's the lore. I mean, she is, but how is she destroying it? She's not exactly like dismantling it. She's not manually like breaking the pieces. No, she's just blowing herself up to eradicate it from our world. Every single time she shouts for the dreamer, she's blowing herself up. And then the dreamer revives her so she can tell us good job, I guess. But yeah, I think she's solidifying the breach and then shattering that. I have one thing to show you, I guess. Have you seen the NPC dialogue after you finish the quest and what happens when you tell Aelith the truth? Because I mean, I'm gonna show you real quick once I'm done with this map. You've seen it, right? Haven't you noticed the eerily similar resurrection process? Wait. I want you to remember every single time you've seen her show up after your high fortresses. Every single time how she shows up. She doesn't come out of the breach like you do. She gets revived out.
The dreamer welcomes you.
She gets revived in this exact same way.
I told you not to tell her.
Oh, hello. I didn't notice you arrive.
That is exactly what happens. She gets revived in the exact same manner after every single high fortress. Have you never found that weird? That she's just getting revived because you left her in the middle trying to destroy the high fortress. She told you to get the fuck out of there while she proceeded to not leave. Wasn't that a bit weird? You didn't get the part of the quest? You get it by finishing all the quests to the side. So have you beaten the Esh Anto? Because when you do, you're going to unlock this side room and have a conversation with the dreamer, yada yada yada, and all of that.
The dreamer welcomes you.
You have the 2 criteria were gather blood and get all the limbs. The final limbs were coming from the 2 criteria. The 2 criteria were gather blood and get all the limbs. The final limbs were coming from the 2 criteria. The final limbs were coming from Esh and Toll. So I would say go to your breach, see what the objectives are there, if there are any objectives, and if you've opened that side area. If you've opened the side area, then you can tell her that, and then the dreamer deletes her, and then revives her. But yeah, now you guys know that whenever you finish a high fortress, you're really killing Aelith. Oh, you didn't see the path? Okay, that. Oh shit, we got Fortress Covenant. Oh, we got a Fortress Covenant. Look at that. I mean, we're already using one, right? So we get to sell this one. Wait, am I still using it? No, my main is using it. This character isn't. So it's just 250, 245, 248.
Really?
I'm very surprised.
Action speed, if you've used the skill recently, works with jugs stuff. It doesn't, right?
Like jug counters, if that's what you're asking.
Actions, yeah, unstoppable.
Yeah, it counters it.
Or bag maybe.
I mean, it doesn't counter it because it cannot be reduced beyond below base. So if your action speed is higher than base, you're going to get dropped to base. So just keep that in mind.
So
You're not immune to it. You would have less action speed. It's just you wouldn't go as low as like other classes would. If you have actions, if you have stuff increasing your action speed, that is.
I definitely do.
Try it and see how it feels.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna reroll. Because I feel like those are the maps I just don't finish, so I don't wanna. Let me know, eh?
I'm not doing it, and I can't do it. I actually can't.
Just send this in really quick and give it a shot.
What's that? I'm not about to do it, but I can. Like it's not a mod that bothers me because I'm not using a build that I actually have to do many things except like leaf slam. And leaf slam, I don't always have to do it.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. It was like a chicken.
Yeah, that's you. You're the person that doesn't want to run it though, so I don't know why you're acting like chicken. You already said you don't want to do it, so you don't say no and then proceed to call the other person a chicken for it. I'm not scared of it. Okay. I farmed up a turtle and a tiger. You farmed up a tiger? As back of spending about 50-ish maps of ritual, it was a time sink, but it was worth it. How much is a tiger going for now? You should check that. Do you really need that backup? Or would you much rather have the currency? $23D? Yeah, like that's a lot of money. You're sitting on a gold mine. And I don't think it's going to stay at that price because if I'm being very honest, tiger is not worth anything near that. 15 maps for turtle and tiger? Yeah, I mean, I've done ritual strats and to this day, if I combine every single time I've done a ritual strat, I have not seen a single tiger. I've seen a turtle. I haven't seen a tiger. People make it that price 100%, which is why I think, like, do you want to hold on to it or do you want to sell it? And you know, because like even I can check. I haven't checked. Perfect forest tiger, instant buyout only. Yeah, 24D. Like, there's no reason why they are that expensive. There really is no reason. Like, honestly, after the nerf from Affliction, I thought that they would drop in price naturally because the haste aura they provide is nothing too crazy. Like, it's not as good as the haste aura you can use.
I don't think it's a haste. I don't know if this. Well, what I told you, I don't know if it's. I don't know if it works. Okay, in PoEDB, does it say that the way they work is?
It's not giving you increased. It's not giving you increased damage, my guy. I can tell you for a fact.
It's not bugged or something this season.
Baba, it's not giving you increased damage.
I'm
it's never
seeing
giving
it on
you.
the lightning. Lightning, yeah. I'm seeing it on these instackers.
Are they not using the beast one?
You're switching. It's a beast.
Yeah, they're using the beast, so they're getting haste and they're getting the ascendancy aura.
I don't need haste, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think they would pick that over turtle.
I don't know.
Turtle is such good value for them, right? It's D-turn.
I haven't heard anything about a bug, and that is not a bug that happens. Why? Like, it wouldn't just randomly bug itself.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused too. Because these characters have like attacks, like action speed cap. Like they generally don't need haste. So I know it's not the haste, but I don't know what it could be.
They just want the frenzy charges, I guess, plus haste. I mean, I think it's just haste and frenzy charges.
Are you hearing me? Do you hear me?
I heard you say frenzy charges.
Like no, you hear like when I say like they're at attack speed cap.
Frenzy charges still give more damage, my guy. I don't know what you're talking about. We've had this conversation before when you click frenzy charges on a...
Right? And people were like, oh, are you going to switch to tigers? At first, I didn't know what you were talking about, so I wasn't really paying attention. But then he's like, are you guys sure this thing actually works this way now? Because I'm not hearing that from anyone else that I know does minions.
It doesn't work
that way.
If you
can show me, and then he said, if you can show me the increased damage on your character, like maybe like in game or something, then I'll switch to them right now. And that's when I had to tune out because I had work stuff to do, which is why I think that is the case. At least I think people think it is the case. I'm not saying that it's actually happening. I believe you, obviously, but like we're also looking at this. And I don't think people are kicking that just for haste is my point. Like their cap. The haste is doing nothing.
Then I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why people are prioritizing it to that degree, but it doesn't. I can tell you for a fact it doesn't, according to POEDB. That is not going to affect you. If it's a bug, I have not heard of a bug affecting forest tigers.
Drop one we test, right?
I mean, you're free to. I'm not paying for it.
No, I said if I drop one, sure, we just test. We said just a quick 27D test.
I mean, you're free to, like I said. I was making good money with Ultimatum. The alt square ups were selling like crazy. AFK. I mean, Ultimatum square ups are insanely expensive. You drop one catalyzing and you're chilling. You're actually chilling. That and containment, of course. We can't forget containments. Those two scare ups, they never disappoint with their prices. They never disappoint. I was doing Ultimatum trying to get my ascendancy only to figure out the scare ups were giga meta, but I kind of burnt myself out on ulti while progressing. I have never actually like properly farmed Ultimatum in any league. I think from everything I've heard, it's not the most minion friendly content, so I've just never bothered, really. I just never bothered with it.
Is there a way we can make the minions immune to?
No.
Alright, then yeah. I mean, listen, I think it's just you just can't pick the mod.
Look,
it's just if it's just that one mod, it is
something
as
right? Simple as CB immunity is impossible for minions. I hope you know that.
No, I'm saying, it's just, what if it's just don't pick the mod?
Which mod?
The one that people can't run.
Ruin?
The CB on hit.
I mean,
no, it's not ruin. It's CB on
you're
hit.
free to not get
Most
CB.
builds can't do ruin.
You're free to not get CB. That's fine. But
what is the thing killing minions again? I'm just forgetting the name.
There's a lot of just phase dots all over the place. Many of the enemies there do phase dot. There was that minion that became popular last league. Not popular, but that dominated shield that could kill Exarch with no investment because it had a phase dot aura that did % max out damage. There's a lot of phase dots, and like minion phase mitigation is not the greatest unless you're stacking like clusters and stuff like that. So like you have to give them a shit ton of region and a shit ton of PDR for them to even survive. And then there's the mob you mentioned that has the whole MAME interaction apparently. They can't become immune to MAME.
Your damage is insane.
Yeah.
I could see. Just like your character, I think if your damage on the minion is insane, as someone who I've spent quite a bit of time in there, I think you'll be able to do it. I mean, your character just have to be able to take all those things. Your character has to be able to.
Yeah, because like you have to scale your defenses and then scale the minions' defenses and then find time to scale their offenses as well to survive the
Well, let's
content.
just wait for that broken spectre that's gonna release. It'll change everything. Right?
Surely, right? Remember when T17s came out and they teased Brutus? Have you seen a single Brutus?
You were teased by Brutus. I was like, wait,
I knew
is
Brutus
he
would be.
like
Wait, what
different?
you are you trying to flip the table? I knew it'd be a shit Spectre.
Yeah, I wasn't teased. Why are you making it seem like I was the one being teased by it?
I'm
What's
just saying,
teasing
like,
me about
but I'm
Brutus?
saying they teased him in the sense of when they went literally in the reveal of T17s, Mark talked about Brutus being a Spectre.
I know.
That was
I
a
remember.
tease.
But that shit was a meme. I was like, bro.
The Saw Blades
Even
T4 melee
Brutus.
kill minions. Poison Cloud on T4 can also do it if you don't convocate them right. If you're on perma minions, they can die. Absol was at least resummonable. Yeah, I think permanent. I think temp minions can do it because of the simple fact that you can, your damage can never truly fall off because you can resummon. But perma minions, one misplay after the other, your minion army has halved in damage. Now you have to try to finish your counter. You can't teleport out and teleporting. You can't replace them mid encounter. You're just kind of like, eh. And that just leads into more mistakes. So there's a lot of bad things for minions, let's just say, and the tools we have to mitigate these bad things in Ultimatum are not that fleshed out for minions. Like the defensive requirements is just not possible. Like there's a universe where I can see you make a build using fortification from the champion and on the new chess piece and all that to really give them enough DR and everything to maybe be able to like live through it. But the question is, do you have enough left over to really scale their damage and your defense? Now, my next minion build, like I said, is going to be very tanky. I plan on getting like 40 to 44 fortification stacks alongside 7 endurance charges and giga armor, yada yada yada. But the minions are baseline squishy. So all these investments will help them to not be squishy. But past that, I don't know if they become tanky enough to survive stuff like Ultimatum. But honestly, now that I think about it, that build should honestly be a contender for Ultimatum simply because it's banner gameplay and there's nothing better with banners than staying in a circle and farming that circle.
For real though.
So maybe I'll look at just adding some like meme immunity and shit like that to the build and seeing how that looks in an actual test when I roll the build. But I wouldn't hold my breath.
Harbinger strat. I wanted to let you know.
Good luck. Let me know how it is. Let me know how the performance is as soon as you run into your first few RBs. You're rushing the boss, by the way. I hope you know that. Like you're skipping everything, rushing the boss. Yeah.
It's fine.
Even then, it was a struggle until I got decently high budget. But after decent chaos res and block cap with consistent leech from the minions, it's mostly chill. Didn't go for the reduced area per wave though. Reduced area per wave. Oh, is that a point on the tree? Poison SRS is the way to go simply because summoning them is not contingent on heavy damage. You don't actually have to have damage to summon SRS. You can always summon SRS. Absolutely, you kind of have to kill something to summon them, so it can get dicey depending on how they summon and the number of enemies on your screen and all of that jazz. All right, I think it's time to craft our boots. So let's start liquidating. I'm sure you guys can tell when I found my 2 Hinokura locks. Holy, I still have 123 from the 99, so I have made a decent amount of currency aside the locks, even while spending on like my awakened gems. So we're going to start liquidating Valdos. We have a bunch of sanctuaries we really should be selling, and we have a bunch of city squares as well. Why do we have so many city squares? Destroy. All right, none of them are corrupted. How much are y'all going for? 2 chaos? I almost feel like I'll toss you to the map pass, but what do I know? I was gonna say, forgot, I have never found locks, even when I was in Trial of the Ancestors and I ran total with an elementalist total build full time. Really? This is my, I mean, my first duped lock, but my first lock was last league doing Abyss. I think I dropped a lock. I'm pretty sure I dropped a lock. That was my first lock. So that's been very unlucky. You got 2 mirrors in Affliction? I mean, safe to say we know where your luck went. There's usually enough rest to not need to kill, but then you're on RNG and if the minions start dying, it's quite a loop. Val variant at least has big reduced damage taking, so you can build yourself out of the death spiral. That is good. But then again, doing the Val variant mode required me to keep doing the ultis because I didn't notice the scrap that forces the boss fights. Wait, so you were literally just left it to RNG on if you found the boss or not? We're going to sell alterations. We're going to sell risks. What is risk? Risks are expensive. Holy. Awakenings. Grand Icons. Eldritch Orb of Annals. Cloisters. I remember the last time I wanted to sell cloisters, somebody in chat said they would buy them. So I'm putting it out there. Does anybody want to buy the cloisters before I sell them on exchange? What's your 6 link right now with operatives? We have Ray Spectre alongside GMP, minion damage, increased crit damage, not crit strikes, crit damage, Awakened Wed, and Awakened Cold Pen for exposure. $1.3 or it's more expensive as divine, so that's 3 to 4, right? Something like that.
I should raise my fees.
Whereas the remaining one is like 153.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Then we have you. $3 for a divine? Sure. Say less. That's an easy 2D.
Fees.
Three. 2. This is not quite 2 divines, right? Divines are more expensive. Yeah, divines are 120, so 2 divines is 240. So it's cheaper to sell, or it's better for me to sell as divines and get 2 divines out of the mix than to sell as chaos, even though this is way worse is what it looks like. Realistically, I could buy some extra from chaos so I could actually match the ratio because it's 6 to 5. That means I need to buy 2. Let's do it. We'll buy 2. This is costing us 1 point, I want to say like 2 divines.
Put the word out.
Wanting to buy 3. All right, give me 1 more.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Give me 1 more. And I can sell 6 for 5.
The Harbinger Shred is not 8 mods or anything, right? It's just like rolled 16 plus.
And it's not 8 months. It's just
Asking how the
100%
performance is.
maps.
It's okay. It's okay. It's like 40 FPS, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you have good performance on it. Is what that means.
She's decent. I should really hide every shard that's not a fracturing shard, right? Moments are less than a chaos.
I mean, I have me hitting on mine. 2 for 45, 90.
I'll put the word out.
All right.
I'm using
Then
Nemesis instead of Wisp, though. I don't know how much that changes things.
I did Wisp, because he said it was better in his testing, but it wasn't. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot
That's
you
okay.
said that. That was before the. Was that before or after patch?
That was before the patch, but the Wisp is still cheap.
I'll switch to Wisp.
Put the
Nemesis are
word
like
out.
16 apiece. It's kind of crazy. I think Wisp makes things laggy here, right? So I'll try Wisp so we can actually have equal.
Yeah. So 4.5 for a divine. So 9 for 2 divines. It's still more expensive as a divine, so I'll just take it.
All in
I'll just keep taking the
order.
divine trades because they seem to be more money per item, so can't complain. Oh wait, cloister. I was supposed to sell you. How many cloisters for a divine? 18. I need 2 for the second divine, but let's see, 36 to. Okay, you're actually fine then. 34. 230.
I should raise my fees.
$65. 62.
All in order. I'll let you know.
All right, we have 90 and 387. I feel like that should be enough for what I need to do. I probably need more liquid chaoses, but that's kind of fine.
Risk is 10% less DPS. 15 average.
Yeah, at least you're getting double digits. I was averaging, depending on the pack, I might get like 2 FPS. Sometimes I get like actual runnable FPS, like 8,
I think
10.
that means you would enjoy it a lot more on Nemesis.
I mean, that's fine. I already logged out of it, so.
Not worth revisiting.
I'm done with it.
It's fine, I'm just curious.
We have 11D. All right, let's start. I think first things first, as usual, we need to check eye levels to make sure we know the eye level we need. And that first eye level step, I think, is going to be an 84 we need in order to not inflate. It's right, yeah. In order to not inflate the mod pool, 84 allows us to get all of these, but cuts out ES recharge rates, which we want to cut out. But it also does cut out move speed, so there's that. T1 move speed. How do I plan on crafting my prefixes? Do I want to reforge speed and get the high speed, or do I want to get defenses? I'm fast enough to where I don't. Let me see. How much are Veiled Orbs? Not wrong Veiled Orb, my guy. Veiled X 890 something, so 8 divines. Yeah, oh god. So we're not using that. Okay. Good to know. So what's the game plan? Reforge defense until good defense. Then Veiled Exalts after suffixes cannot be changed to get movement speed would be, I think, the ideal situation. But I do need movement speed. Worst case scenario, I can maybe consider crafting movement speed. 24 is not bad. 24% is not bad. Not the worst. It's like a T3 movement speed roll. And I already have enough movement speed to where I don't have to care as much. I still want movement speed, but I mean, look at this. We have 125 at all times, and then sometimes it's higher. We have 145 when we have onslaughts, which we always have onslaughts, and we have leap slam. But that's with 30% boost, so that would just, you know, -5 or 6, I guess. And we can always switch one of these to movement speed, but we are really realistically not going to do that either. So yeah, I think the game plan now is to not use reforged speed, so we actually do not need 86. So we're going for 84. Clear. High level 84. 84. Has Elder Influence. And is... I think it's Warlock Boots. Yeah, Warlock Boots. High level 84, non-corrupted, non-mirrored. Let's go. Give me the highest base percentile you can give me. Without, you know, robbing me literally dry. Thank you.
I'd consider.
All right, first step is going to be essence spamming with int essence, because my boots are giving me a ton of ints. Yeah, so ints until chaos res, and until chaos or fire res. What is my chaos res right now? 56. Yeah, until chaos res is actually ideal, so we don't drop below. I'm pretty sure it's spiked, right? Sadly, int stacking is, you know, meta, so it ends up being expensive. Let's convert 5.
I should raise my fees. I should raise my fees.
+1 Spectre level for +2. Let me see. I swapped to a bit setup for a bit, got mana moves, fixed up my build, and I was just kind of running ultimatums for a while, hoping the boss spawns. This feels like the lowest div to chaos ratio we've had this late in the league in a while. I agree. I 100% agree. I don't think I've quite seen 117 on, what is this, week 3? 2 weeks of drops finished last weekend. So yeah, this is the 3rd week. And it is not even up to 150. I think it's like 120 right now, so chaos is staying strong in its value, that's for sure. I mean, the fire res is unideal, but how much do I care? Because like, fire res is the best, or that is the best. I mean, it's T5 res though. There is no guarantee I'll get the next step, i.e. the Orb of Dominance. On average, how many tries is it to hit? Elder, Essence, Spite. until Spectre. How many tries on average? 1 in 85? Okay. So needless to say, we are not going to know this. Should I not? Should I really not? If I win the Orb of Dominance, there's many other areas where it could break. Yeah, why not? I'm pretty sure we have Wild Bristle Matron. And yeah, I'm pushing for +2. I basically never use a +1. I'd rather much have +0 with Eldritch Influence just because it's comfy. I get +1 max fire res and all that. Meta. I don't have Wild Bristle Matrons. Alright, fair. Let's go buy them in bulk, shall we? I have chaoses I want to spend for Wild Bristle Matrons. They're going for 70 chaos a piece. Five is 350. Do I have 350 liquid? Yes, I do. That person is not responding. Okay. 5. Come on. So 350 for 5. Yeah. Thank you. Wouldn't fossils lead to better elder mod drop rates, or does something like an int bench not suffice? Int bench definitely doesn't suffice for what I need, sadly. If I need 300 int for this chess piece, so I need to make sure I have a lot of ints. Now I don't quite need 54, but this one has 50, so if I had to bench, I lose a lot of int, and that makes it a lot less flexible because I want to be able to switch around these rings, especially this guy. In the ideal universe, I'm going to be able to go for like a fractured ring that has minion damage and then craft from there on both sides. But that's in the ideal universe anyways.
Oh no. I'm gonna die.
The first ones are watching survival. Don't return to them, Taba. The ritual is complete.
You know, for a second, I was like, what do you mean suffixes cannot be changed? And I remember that's what I was actually going for. Alright, Reforge Chaos. Only 2 Elder mods, so let's go for Mr. Faustus. I'm probably going to need to liquidate a bit more to do this well. Three divines is 360 chaos. It is way more expensive as chaos than it is as as divines than chaos, brother. Okay.
I'll put the word out.
Thank you.
I should raise my fees.
All right, try one, go. Kind of expected that. All right, we go good. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That is good res. But you're full. That is so much ES. Is actually not, it's not even that much ES. All right, give me a prefix. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. Beautiful. Three prefixes, two suffixes meta. Let's go.
The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor.
I'm going to have to liquidate a bit more. I feel. Our current market prices at least. Because I don't know that I can afford another dominance. Actually, I can.
We'll make it happen.
Bro, what? Why wouldn't you just convert both of them?
All in order.
Anyways.
I'll let you know.
That's an expensive one.
We'll make it happen.
Hail.
I am really hoping someone sells. In any case, we'll run a map while we wait for them. Hopefully someone gets lucky on a who drops dominance against Cyrus, right? No. Who drops dominance?
I cannot do this yet.
I dropped one this league and I don't remember where I dropped it from.
I think it's just a Maven thing, right?
Yeah, I think so too. She also drops Orbs of Conflict, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can drop that from Maven invites.
Yeah, I think it was a case of I dropped both of them and I couldn't remember if she actually dropped 2 orbs or 1. All right, so yeah, someone should get lucky on their Maven. I'm rooting for whoever that is. I'm gonna need them to get very lucky. I need the money now, so they insta sell to me. The good news is my build is still, I'm not currently crafting on anything I need, so I get to play the game while we wait for that. Okay, let's not stand there, shall we? Ooh. 2 Valdo cards? I'll take it.
I get kind of exhausted sometimes when I make a change in Filter Blade, and that shit just doesn't pop up for like 20 minutes. It's like, what am I waiting for, man? I didn't even like change like the style.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Ow. What the fuck? Yo, what hurt like that? What do I have? There isn't anything weird like reflect, right? No. Monsters of attack, cast speed, damage. I mean, minus res as well, so I'm not capped on res. I mean, even then, again as extra. Like even I mean I know these mods are all, you know, dangerous, but you know, very surprised. Thank you for getting lucky in that time, by the way. Now I need you to transfer your luck over to me as I try to actually use your Orb of Dominance to get what I need. Realistically, I think the reason I died there might also be, partly be due to whatever shrine is there. Actually, no, I am just taking straight up damage in this map. It's a relatively rippy map. Okay, yeah, the shrine did nothing for their damage. What do we have here? Giga Dex and reduce crits. So useless or useless? Ah, useless. Got it.
Drive back the Highborn!
I cannot do this yet.
We have minus PDR, right? Yep. We have everything. All the dangerous mods.
So life we live now.
What's that?
Just watching myself about to level as I click minus PDR. Minus recover endurance charge as I level up and get a new endurance charge. To make sure if there's any chance I was gonna recover any HP. Definitely stop daydreaming.
No,
Damn, the
do you
mechanic
not see
sucks for shield
the
charging.
splats from where she was? What did you say? The lead mechanic sucks.
For like shield charge setups.
You
Yeah.
might want to tend.
You mean breach or what? I mean, do you mean dunes?
Yeah. It's like when you spawn, when it spawns where you start. And I'm just
Oh.
like, bro, so we're just don't give a fuck about shield charge anymore, right?
Oh, so now you're finally expressing what I was expressing and complaining about, Abby. Remember when I was
Yeah, it
complaining
wasn't that fast
early?
before. It didn't feel that way before. What'd you get?
Go on.
What'd you get?
No, I just got my Orb of Dominance. I got the luck.
Oh, I
That's a lot.
shot it like you dropped 3 locks. Oh, you hit?
Yeah.
Oh shit, nice.
So now we reforge, we protect suffixes, reforge, defense, and hopefully get something good defense wise, and then, you know, go from there. Now we just need to not break this.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile. My mana is gone.
You know, I just thought about something. Imagine going for a very expensive craft. You've gone like 100D in thus far in like your locking and everything, and then you finally get what you want, the perfect combination. You slam your awakener orb, you go to do your beastcraft for like perfect 6 can be chain, you know, wild bristle matron, and then you're doing the fight and you just realize there's no wild bristle matron in sight.
Oh,
I just like what? Why did I just click? At that point, just log out. Just fucking log out.
I think it's been a good league.
Come on. Okay, wild bristle. Let's do it again.
Raw, some of these maps are so insane.
You mean how much you just drop?
Yeah, it's like red maps, but it's not. It's weird.
I mean, it's Harpy, right? Sometimes you get chaos
99%
shards.
and I almost just died though.
The first ones are watching Survivor.
You can, I mean, it's Harpy, chaos shards are a thing, and Harpy does have the thing where you can drop a shard as the attack currency.
Only a survivor.
I think it's just so many shards drop that you have a good chance at, you know.
I think so too, yeah.
Reforge defense. Please don't break. Please don't break. Please do not. That is not bad, actually.
We'll see. It's always a pleasure to play a chaos build. Just cause you can like all this extra ES shit. Ain't nothing. Like for real, it's always so cool.
Extra ES, you mean like all the damage is extra chaos?
No, like when mobs have extra ES, like
Oh yeah, yeah, you don't care.
Doesn't matter. It feels so nice.
What are the odds of T3 increase ES? Because like this is still just one mod ES, but like at the same time it's, let me see, take away essences. Is there harvest in here? There is no harvest. What am I trying to get? I guess we'll do this. Emulator creates a new item. Boots int warlock. Continue. This, where's Elder Exalted?
Let's record.
Plus 2 raise Spectre.
Holy. You see the bismuth orange, you just know. Just have a smile on your face and the bismuth orange pops up. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Like, because of the loots that comes from the rest of the map.
Just like the amount of, yeah, just like the way it uses the map up.
I mean, I like bismuth. I don't know that I actually click it and I actually notice an increase in the loot, except like from hives or something.
Tell,
but
like, I mean, it's insane. Ball luck, maybe. Okay, all right. Jump to divine attack, clicking it. All right, it's all good. We don't need to say anything else. Non-believers can choose not to believe if they want. Ah!
Suffixes cannot be
God
changed.
damn it.
Simulator use calculate. Oh, wrong one. Use emulator settings. Yes. Harvests, reforge, defense, and the goal is T3 or higher. And let's even say T4, T4.
Okay, man.
One in 20 something. So if I really want defenses, 1 in 23. All right, let's stop there. What if, do we have greater exalt? Yeah, we do. Remove this. Add T3 of this. Let's see this. Oh. Let's bench life so we block it. And then go. And hit mana. Mana. Wait, which has higher weight in life or mana?
What?
Boots. Mana life has 9k. Mana has, where is mana?
15.
Holy shit, mana is worse. Way worse, actually. Let's block mana.
Especially on that ES base, right?
Mm-hmm. Is there a universe I can block both of them at the same time? I know there isn't, obviously. Or is there?
You could metamod.
Nah, this blocks life and doesn't block mana, so
You could metamod craft life, craft mana. That's
slap to where?
if you use a foulborn exalt, it actually adds a 7th mod to your item.
How on earth did Foulborn just add 10% move speed, my guy? 24 life on Craft of Exile. I wish this Foulborn Exalt is working on Craft of Exile as it is, because like these are not high tier by any means. Does Foulborn say exactly, because I dropped one yesterday. It doesn't say the tier. And it just says more likely, so it's not like it removes the other ones, it's just more likely. Holy. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to benchcraft mana. I'm just going to Fireborn Exalt. I'm going to Preach. Give me high ES or movement speed. We're happy. Just don't give me life. Hybrid ES. It's T1 hybrid ES life. I guess it's something. You disgust me. But anyways, we have a pair of boots. You could have given me movement speed, my guy. We have a pair of boots. How's the build going? It's going pretty good. I love where we're at so far, and we're getting some more upgrades. Spent a pretty penny on this. So I think, how much ES are we dropping? So we're going to lose ES by making this switch. I'm also losing max. We're also losing Chaos Res, and we're also losing max Fire Res. Thomas, thank you for the follow. How you doing? And welcome. We're going to lose Chaos Res, which is unideal for our Spectres. We're going to be losing max Fire Res, but we replace that elsewhere. That's fine. We haven't done the replacement yet, but we will. And we're losing 6% movement speed as well as ES, but we're gaining +2. I think I'll just keep this until I can actually afford to craft the prefixes more, and then we can, you know, mess around with it, I guess. And to be fair, I also have not qualityed it, so it's not that big of an ES loss. Let's get double red here. Do we need double red? I mean, they don't need to be linked, they just need to exist. So let's do this. Let's get 3 sockets. I said 3. My guy, I said 3. All right.
All in order.
Exalt's money right now.
Brother
No.
in Christ.
All in
Yeah, money.
order.
Why would you not show them? Is there any universe where an Exalt is cheaper than a Chaos? I don't think there is.
I actually never thought that they were ever expensive than Chaos, but I guess that makes sense. I never really. Yeah, makes sense.
I always think about things that I'm picking up in the context of how is it to the Chaos.
No, you're right. I think about that in like greater currencies, but I actually just had never this whole leagues. I'd never ever looked at an alt and been like, wait, is one alt one C? I
Yeah.
just never thought about it for alts for some reason. Like they've been insane for the last couple of leagues, but like with the way the tree was heading pre, nerf, bug, patch, nuke, incident, I wasn't sure.
The incident we don't talk about. All right. We need to sell this guy. This says, let's take that a bit higher, shall we? 50 chaos.
I think I can sell that.
55.
No
All right.
head.
And then I feel like I'm missing something. There's something I'm meant to do, but I can't. Give me my boots. Quick. Wait. Just in case. Just in case. Ooh. Cold to fire. All right.
I think I can sell that.
Now we are level 28 gem. We don't have any extra levels we need to get to. So our next upgrades are going to look something along the lines of upgrading our adorn and getting better adorn jewels and overall stuff like that. And of course, leveling up. I think leveling up is going to be the biggest DPS boost we can have, because that would unlock our last cluster jewel, which unlocks even more adorn jewels. So far we have 1, 2, 3 spare points. Not quite enough to fill out what I need, but we are on our way. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to test our damage, our single target damage with the extra levels.
Bismuth. Give me the bismuth, bitches.
But yeah, the build is going fantastically. Better than I expected, I guess, because I'd been burnt by Syndicate operatives like in the past, so I didn't want to get my hopes up. Well, this is pretty good. I like it a lot. And the visual clarity, chef's kiss. And of course, when I say I have upgrades in the adorned, this is a 76 adorned, and these guys are this is a 2 mod adorned jewel, but like this one is a 1 mod adorned jewel. I guess it's not 1 mod because it technically has int, but I don't need the int. Do I miss the 6% movement speed I lost? I don't think I feel it, which is good. Would I care to lose any more? Fuck no. Oh, and I also forgot, I'm going to eventually remove this one as well for another adorned jewel. All in due time as we upgrade. So res defense stacking build. How's that going? Wait, why are you stacking defense? Oh, you mean like just do you mean like do you gain damage by using defense? Ooh, that's a think. All right, what did we think? What is the think? Ooh, well, y'all are fine. Ooh, containment. Don't mind if I do. Can we kill that guy? Thank you. All right. See, I am bone meld with 44 phantasms is nice defense. Oh yeah, that's true. It's per non-val minion, so phantasms get to super stack it. I should update my phantasm guide to have that. Oh, this is not worth anything, but this could be a really nice recom start. I should definitely add that because that's so much defense, especially in the medium budget. Like, it's so cheap. Only thing is you have to worry about the res, but I think res is on soul res is not hard to come by. Yeah, but let's give you 2.9k ES. Sheesh. I have 7.5k ES because I get the amulets, 9 specters, and Katarina. Katarina is providing 90% increased defense. So if you look at my ES now versus when I'm in town, when I have no specters, prepare to be amazed. 7.5k to what? 4.2k. So the combo is giving us easily 3.3k ES. I love the new uniques. Like these systems actually give minion builds defenses. Really, really nice. Very, very, very good additions to the game. What did I come here for again? Frag. I was going to test mini Exarch, mini Eta, and Eta Worlds proper. Just this once, I will try Exarch. It will end in tears, I know, but we'll try. We'll try. My XP is about to go down the drain. Actually, no, XP doesn't go anymore. I can do the respawn tech to beat ball phase. 20k armor, same. 47k. It feels so comfy. Fun fact, I can just stay here and it doesn't matter.
Feast. Slaughter. The pain
Thank you very much.
never ends.
All right, shoot. Yeah. All right. That was pretty decent. Their single target isn't the I guess game winning portion of Syndicate Operatives, but that was pretty good single targets. Especially when you consider the fact that all the pieces I have missing are still missing from the passive tree.
Maven, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Simulacrum.
Oh, this is much better.
How unexpected.
You see, you know what the difference there is? One button. I pressed my bottle fate that I completely forgot I had in the last one. What do you think about in-stacking Baron? I think my thoughts on in-stacking Baron are, it's kind of weird. I really like the idea of it, but there's also downsides to it. Let's start with the downside. What are the downsides? The Baron has a modifier that gives minions half of your strength. Now, strength has the bonus that is 1% increased melee fist damage. So your zombies end up getting a very healthy amount of increased damage from strength stacking. So when you get to 1,000 strength, 2,000 strength, they get a lot of like percent increased melee fist damage. And if you go in stacking, you lose this completely. But why I find it very interesting, and now this is the positive portion that I would really like to see personally. I don't think I'm going to build it this league. I don't think I have the time. But here's a very fun portion. Because you can get double int Baron, which is at 1,000 ints, your zombies leech ES, you can make a very unique defensive layer, because now on which you can simultaneously leech ES and life at the same time. So you would then want to go something like Corrupted Soul, I think. Corrupted Soul, which makes it so you gain 15% of life as extra ES, but then 50% of the all damage bypasses ES. So now you're going to be evenly splitting your damage. So basically, ES is like 50% DR for your life effectively, but you're simultaneously leeching on both sides. So now you have double the effective hit pool, so to say, because of the simple fact that you are regenning both sides simultaneously, and you can gain some extra sources of life as ES, as the case may be, yada yada yada. But it gives you a very, very unique to minion build defensive layer like that. This is something that has not existed before. So that excites me a lot that it's now a possibility. But yeah. You can even pair that with like gain life on block or gain ES on block shield and also run with that as well. So I'm very intrigued by the defenses. The offenses like less so, but the defenses really get me. The best part about this is I don't have to worry about I really don't have to worry about killing. What was that? Y'all just didn't want to kill him? I like that you don't have to lose ES recharge. Yeah, that is also a big positive too, because you can now skip Ghost Reaver that would turn off recharge. So I think there's definitely like really there's some very interesting defensive layers that can go into a witch that goes in stacking Baron. That being said, it's in stacking, and I think this is not the league to go in stacking simply because in stacking is meta.
In stacking is expensive this league.
So that's like the biggest downside to it. It's you'll be competing with gear, and yeah, that might not be fun.
It's still very doable. Like Jaquani, that staff is an in stacking staff, and people still, you know.
I mean, we minions wouldn't use it, right?
It also means if you're crafting your gear, you might make some giga profits. That's also what it means.
Yeah.
Like clusters and all that.
Disintegration. Cleansing. The fires of 1,000 suns. You do not have the strength, hatchling.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How pathetic.
I am Sadie by Spectres to go block the balls while I stand still. Dude, you bitch. All right. Woo! Fuck you, Exarch. You hear me? Screw you. I hate you.
Feels the same way.
I could not do that on a witch because the moment a ball hits you, like, ooh, nothing to leech. Ooh. You know, ironically, Uber Exarch is easier to do on a witch than regular Exarch simply because there's a freaking Minotaur for it to leech off of. Only problem is you can't taper off your damage to stop it when you know it's getting too much and you're about to kill the thing. Like, can we just chill for a bit? I don't need to heal right now. Just stop. We can't do that. Dawnbreaker isn't worth anything, right? All right, let's see what rolls we get. 15 lightning, that's not great. 16 fizz. And we'll keep it. It doesn't matter. It's not hurting anybody. All right, we didn't die. What'd you know? Even though that bastard gave us 2 ball phases in a row. What do we look like? That being said, do we have the damage for any sort of Uber? I don't think we do yet. I don't think we're Uber ready by any means. I don't think so. I think we would want to scale our damage a bit more before we tried anything of the sorts. We can try loneliness though. It's cheap enough that it's basically throwaway, and we get to see what the Uber damage looks like. Again, I don't think we're there yet. I think after I've leveled up and, you know, gone through all the add-on changes I want to go through, then we'd be in a much better spot.
Father, isn't it beautiful?
Not now, Zana.
Okay, perhaps later.
But later never came.
Patience is a mercy. Irrevocable thought.
My region is doing its best.
Erase.
My region is doing its best, and it's like, not you. This is too much damage for me. We can't do this. I'm tired, boss. What the fuck is this doing here?
My mana is gone. Irrevocable thought.
We can honestly do we have the damage actually if we don't die to slams like that. So what we need to do is we need to keep our distance. Keep our distance. We can actually kill him is the nice part. I thought we didn't have the damage. We actually do. I just need the skill to not die to him.
Patience is a mercy. Erase.
Okay, make sure you dodge those balls to the face, you know. This is not the time or place to take balls to the face. I get it.
Intolerance.
Ooh.
Tangible pain.
What did we say about balls to the face? To be honest, I didn't see those balls.
You cannot hide from fate. Patience is a mercy. Negligence.
Oh, balls are coming.
I am not the end.
My minions are dying. No.
I cannot do this yet.
They don't like the damage. All the beams are very hard for them to deal with.
Is a mercy.
Do I just take the death?
You cannot hide from fate. Erase. Erase.
I also need to make sure they get caught up in my enduring cry.
Intolerance. Patience is a mercy.
You're going to start throwing balls, right?
You cannot hide from fate.
Where is he? The last I think there's only one operative left. All right, last portal, but I think everybody revives, right? Everyone's back. All right, roll call. Are we all here? Yeah, we are. All right.
Erase. Patience is a mercy. race.
I need to make sure they eat all my
Hide from fate.
enduring cry.
Invocate. Patience is a mercy.
It's fine. So we can do it. It's just we need to scale damage. B, how do we deal with the fact that we cannot eat too many hits on them? Because they're not going to live through the Uber's hits. I think it's just a case of kill them before they can kill the minions. Because if they leave the AoE, which you kind of have to as you're running around, they're going to leave. Some of them are going to leave the AoE of your enduring cry, so their regen is going to drop off. Their leech is not enough to counter those big hits, it looks like. So res wise, I think they are capped on early res. They're capped on fire. They have early res coming from this implicit, and they have early res coming from here. Literally, they are getting 45% res from here. So res should be fine. So it's not a res problem. Life wise, I think we have most of these sources are like life. We have life coming from here. We have life coming from here. We have some extra life coming from here. PDR, chaos res, all of that jazz. Chaos, I don't think that boss does chaos, but I'm giving them 11 res, chaos res. They have some chaos res on some jewels like this guy, etc. They have some chaos res. They're not capped on chaos res, I don't think, at least. They were in a much better spot before I changed my boots, which is why I wanted chaos res as a res, but I mean, beggars can be choosers. But yeah, I think it's a case of kill the boss before they can kill you, and for that we're gonna need levels. We're gonna need better adorns and whatnot. Overall, though, very pleasantly surprised. I didn't think we are going to get that far in the Uber boss fight, so we'll take it. We will take it. It also doesn't exactly help that bosses or Ubers pen. And by penning, the only defense my minions have against that would be max res, to have a higher effective res against the actual hits. And there aren't too many sources of max res I can give my minions I can think of. Like if I replace convocation CDR to max res, that's an option potentially. I could also give them leech. Extra leech never hurt anybody. I'm inclined to believe the leech is probably better for them. And of course, one more, a very big upgrade we also have to get is, I just remembered, we actually need to replace the cluster jewels so we can actually get ES attack speed as well as increased effect. Increased effect is also very big because that increases the attack speed they get from here by 1 per point. And if we can get that across 3 clusters, it ends up stacking up to like pretty healthy damage and extra ES for us. That being said, is it worth the investment into 35% effects for the DPS gain? Yeah, I think so. It's 3% extra damage per point we select, which are 9 points we select in the POB. It's 1% attack speed as well. It's also what is 30% of 12? 10% of 12 is 1.2. So 30% is 3.6. So basically almost 4 extra ES if you have a max roll of 12 per point. And flat ES is always welcome. What is this? Storm Seekers, obviously us. I need to sell those T17s, and I did say I was going to sell some alterations or liquidate some alterations. So
I cannot do this yet.
you know something else I also forgot to do against the Uber boss? I forgot I had a flask. I forgot I had a DPS flask. Can you tell I'm not used to using bottled fates? Like even while clearance, sometimes I forget it exists and it's actually providing benefits like on ground and whatnot. How close we were to this just, you know, despawning. Do you have additional proj?
Last map test out of the 15 maps.
15 maps. Why 15?
I just had 15 to go.
What did you think of the actual moment to moment play?
Looks good. It's a lot of weird. Oh, my last map had a hive. I was gonna say I didn't get a hive, but I guess we'll wait and see how many fortresses this hive grants. I think it's fine.
Nice.
Like I had a decent time with it.
My mind is gone.
It's a lot of maps. Like I can't even imagine running this filter showing normal maps. Like running this, it's probably like an insane amount of normal maps.
I mean, I hit
And
normal
it is
maps
like
very
a
early on.
fortress map too.
Yeah. You end up, at least for me, I ended up going many maps like dry, but it somehow averages out when you start duping and all that, or dropping 2 or like there was one map I think I
actually
dropped
never
3.
duped. I never duped.
Hmm.
The raw
Interesting.
divines were kind of crazy too. I think I literally dropped 6 raw div in this 15 maps. That's kind of insane.
I think that's lucky. But GG.
Is it, bro?
I think that's lucky.
I don't know.
I don't think I dropped 6D. I dropped.
I can tell you.
I dropped loot. I didn't drop 6D. I think that's
Well, the
lucky.
reason I don't think it's Goodness. The reason I don't think it's lucky is because you're going Pale Clarion. Pale Clarion is really more currency for Beyond mobs. Right?
And
You spec into the Beyond mobs to give you currency.
Beyond mobs also are
Now
like
I
breach
think
mobs
yes,
in
I
negative.
think I got more,
once.
but like maybe like 3 less div. I think will be normal. Right, like 3 less div.
I mean, you're free to keep running and see if you keep getting 6 a map.
It's kind of. I mean, I've always. You don't forget. Like, I mean, you know how much I've always done Beyond, right? Like, I don't think Beyond dropping currency is like Beyond drops currency. Like it does. It's just like when you spec into the currency, that it does. I think.
Yeah, but it's not dropping divines. It's not dropping divines every 20 maps. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, wait, you think you don't drop a div in every 20 maps with a full juice to map Beyond strategy? That's what you just said?
I think you drop a divine every 20 maps. Yes, I don't think you drop 6. Even 3 is on the 2. Sure, I can see you dropping 1, 2 steadily. I don't think you're dropping 6.
Yeah, I think 6 is lucky. Like I did not. I thought you were saying like 2. Like yeah. I think you're dropping. I definitely think you're dropping like 2 to 3. Right, we can agree on that. Though I don't also know, like the rare count on these are kind of high though. You know what I mean? And these are Wisp maps.
You're free to
Like,
continue.
it's more than just a Beyond.
Let's see what your experience is like. I wasn't keeping track of
I
raw
run
div
more?
drops.
I'm
Are you
keeping track
done?
of. I'm calculating. I'm not done with the map yet. No.
No,
Unfortunately, this map is gonna be giga skewed because I
No, I'm
dropped
saying-
the fracture. I dropped fracturing shards and Valdos.
I mean, I dropped Valdos and I dropped fracturing shards and I think I dropped a divine. I wasn't actively tracking the amount of divines I dropped, and I don't think we're actively dropping 6.
Yeah, I think I was. Like I said, I agree that it was lucky to drop one.
'Cause I think average is 1 to 2.
Every 20. That's what you think?
And this is of course this is ignoring Valdos. You're going to drop Valdos as well, and the occasional reliquary key and all that. But
I haven't seen one this league yet though.
lol, 07.
It still exists.
My mana is gone.
Don't worry, you dropped a mid blood, it evens out.
I was gonna use that shit on my head. I believe you will drop a mirror this league, and I'm really hoping you do soon, so we can both just upgrade our builds.
Lol.
I mean, if I drop one too, same. If I drop one, I might not even DM me I dropped it. I'll just show up and open trade window and just put the RMT in the bag.
Lol. Man with his mirror pact. But shall we see?
I'm just waiting for y'all to drop the mirrors. I'm trying to get Rashaman on the pact. That lucky motherfucker. Really, I should get him on this snipe pact. Ooh, I got a snipe. Ooh, lucky.
We got this snipe.
You got a snipe, Rasham?
I mean, he gets some really insane snipes though.
We'll talk. If the
Yeah.
next TLS season lets us convert our league mechanic 1-to-1 from one to the other, would you
Huh?
convert Cube to Outlaw?
Would I convert Cube to
If it's in
Outlaw?
the state it's in right now, yes.
It depends on what build I'm going. I hated Outlaw as a mechanic on Moto 2. I didn't mind it on
'Cause of what
Moto
the
1.
bubbles are.
No,
I feel like
I didn't care about the
Outlaw kinda
bubbles.
Diffed us. Diffed me.
I didn't care about the bubbles and whatnot.
Those Cube dry streaks. You feel that thing in your fucking soul.
My problem
50 maps, you don't see a single this thing, and then you now finally drop one. Give that shit side eye, like.
My problem with Outlaw was not the shield. I didn't care about the shields, and this league was way better. But like initially, it was the I have to summon a mob, it has to chase the enemy, and then it has to explode to kill the enemy. That's the way Moto 2 works. So that was just very, very bad for Outlaw with its spawn, run different directions, all of that. Whereas the build I played this time, the beam build, that actually was blowing, like I was steadily getting 30 waves on Outlaw because of the nature of the build, you know. So I would say, would I convert? It depends on what I'm playing. And do I want a mechanic that is dependent on that? Probably not. I don't want to have to say, no, I can't play this one because I'm using this build, this league, you know. What is this? Faster casting, more attack and cast speed is a mod. Sheesh, jeez. That's wild, grats. I crafted this one.
Check what Fury Exchange has to say.
I have 16 chaos to my name. Let's do some converting, shall we? Divines, alt, split, 2, 3, 2, 1802.
I should raise my
But that was quick.
gaze.
What else did I want to liquidate again? I don't remember. What else do we have to liquidate? The alterations. I think there was something else bubblegum wise. Exalts. Exalts are going 12 for 1D. In chaoses, it's slightly more expensive, so I will buy it in chaos. I will sell it in chaoses.
Happen.
Plus, I was running long chaoses anyways, so all works out.
16 fortresses and 15 maps.
Nice.
8 16.5 DNs.
I got 17 fortresses in 20 maps when I did mine.
That's like kind of crazy.
But don't forget, you actually do add a fair amount of, like, you're not blasting through these ones as quick as the other one, so you make way more per map.
They don't take me that long, but yeah.
I mean, it's still taking, like, for me, if I ever run into those ones that reduce my FPS like one, sometimes it would reduce my FPS to the point where I would actively have to log. Otherwise, we're just the client is just not, it's just, it has given up on updating entirely. So not every map had like a pack that was that bad, but if it happened, then, you know, that's obviously even adding even more time to the strats. But in terms of clear speed, my clear speed was good. It's just PC diff, I guess. Well, my PC is good. I didn't say anything to you. You're doing good. You're doing your best, pal. I appreciate it.
Gold is actually insane too, I think.
Yeah, it should be a high gold strats. You end up
Like
getting a lot of gold.
3.7? I'm like 3.7. God damn.
I gave my King's March all my gold today. They took like 4 point something mil, so now they have 12 days left. I really feel like this league gold is not really an issue for me, which I think is interesting because I 100% expected it to be an issue. I'm going to hide transmutes, period, on the filter. Any complaints?
Why would I be complaining? Because you didn't hide them, I switched back.
What'd you say?
Why are you showing them?
I should have been big enough stacks, but like at this point I have like one full stack of transmutes.
What are you, bro? How often are you using transmutes?
I mean, I'm not using them, but like I said, I typically hide and unhide by the tiers, and it just means transmutes are in a tier that has them not hidden. That's all it is. Wait, where are transmutes? Oh, that's where they are. Disable. Ogs, disable as well. While I am here, what else did I want to... What else did I want to turn off? Let me see small stacks. I think small stacks especially, they're probably things here I don't care about. Lesser acres can, you know, they can suck it. Oh, treasures are money. I'll leave them on. Lesser embers, I'll hide those. Chaos shards. Just hide those as well. Scrap meta. I don't know expedition, so I'm not just going to ignore that. Ancient shards. How much are ancient orbs? You're like 6 chaos per orb, right?
I think I hit all the shards, bro.
The ancient orbs are about 6, so if I say draw a stack of 3, do I want to pick them up?
A stack of 3 is not. I mean, how many is it? 10, right?
It's I don't know how many twists. I'll have to check. I don't know. 20.
Yeah, I'm not picking that up.
So that's
like I showed whole ones.
I think a stack of 3 is like 1 chaos is what that means. It's slightly cheaper than 1 chaos. They should be fine, I guess.
Are you showing some other things that are slightly cheaper than 1 per pickup? Be honest with yourself.
Probably not.
Okay.
I
I think the next time I try this, I won't try more tonight, but tomorrow I'll do Nemesis for 20 plus maps.
Okay.
I think that'll be a good test. And then I'll do it on beach.
Did I hide Greater Acres? Weren't they cheap as well?
Just in case I get it, I think this is a good way to get an apple.
You think it's a good way to get an apothecary?
I think there's enough mob density that like it's worth me doing it on beach since I scried there. I did get a lot of fortunates from it though. Like I got almost a full. I got 11. That's kind of insane.
Greater Acres are 4-1 chaos. Okay. I think we hide them. Alks need to get hidden as well. Who else are we removing? Aug implants. No, we're not dealing with you. Even chisels. I kind of like being able to self-sustain them and not have to buy them. But like, and if I ever want to run red altars, then chisels need to be showing. Because otherwise you're leaving a big chunk of your red altar profit on the table. But do I want to pick them up is the next question. Scours I think can get hidden. I drop enough that I don't think I'll ever realistically run out of them. And I kind of don't want to pick them up anymore. Engineering orbs, get the fuck out of here. I don't know why you're there. I think this is fine. Chisels, I'm looking at you with half eye. Glass blowers. I enjoy self-sustaining glass blowers, starting to buy it. And I don't think I drop them too often. At least not running blue waters. I don't think I drop them too often. So you're not annoying yet. Emphasis on yet. Carbon orb of augmentation. Okay, so why chaos? Okay. All right. I think that's it for trimming the currency tiers for now. Now we shouldn't see augs, we shouldn't see transmutes. We should still see alts because alts are money. At least stacks of alts, not single alts. I think, is it time to hide the recipe for fusions? How much are fusions right now? 20 to a chaos. Yeah, it's time to hide it.
I'm actually fascinated by your tolerance for stuff that drops.
Why?
Kind of cool.
And there's some things I just like self-sustaining without having to buy.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Why
I
did...
like self-sustaining them too.
Oh, it showed it was tainted fusions. It showed 6 links. Disable linked items. For the best bases, I will leave you on, I guess. 5 links are off. Jewelers are off already, right? So I guess let's simulate some loot and let's see if there's anything that I care to see that doesn't get shown. Organic rings get hidden. What the fuck? Breach rings. I'm pretty sure I unhid breach rings. So why is that hidden? Oh, because I unhid high eye level breach rings. Okay. I assume that means it's a low eye level. Your special base, sacrificial garb. I don't think I care. All right. Infused channeling, sure. Okay. Stygian Vice. Finding customizer, rank B influence. Nope. Rank A influenced. Nope. I level Stygian Vices. I'll leave it, I guess. Awakened Arrow Nova should definitely be showing. Why did I put generate valuable loot and it shows me scroll fragments? Orbs of Regret, single currency should be gone. I like sustaining Orbs of Unmaking. Actually, I like sustaining Orb of Regret, if I'm being honest. And regrets are worth more than unmakings. And I think I can buy unmakings with regrets. A Kyrak. Yeah, I can. So if anything, I did it backwards. I should be hiding unmakings and keeping regrets. Oh, I could just hide both of them. How many regrets do I have? 174. 258 on makings. How much can I buy on makings? Regrets are still expensive, to be fair. It's 2.6 per regrets. So you still end up paying a fair amount for regrets. And for on makings, it's probably double that. 4 point whatever. 5 for 1. So yeah, I will hide on makings and I'll keep regrets. That's how I will balance that. One of them can lead to the other. All right, exports. We have our next 20 maps ready to go, but I think we need to buy scarabs. Yeah, we definitely need to. We I need to buy some. How much do I have in chaoses? 117. So I definitely need to convert 2 divines to chaoses.
Well, make it happen.
Why would I tell you I want to convert 2 divines and then you convert 1 and give me change?
All in order. I'll
You
let
had
know.
2 jobs and you did only 1 of them. What's up? What happened?
I think we AFK very well.
Scarabs. Discernment. I need 20. They're expensive.
All in order.
Then scarabs. Potency 20.
We'll make it happen.
Am I a joke to you, my guy?
All in order. I'll let you know.
Brother. $84.
I'll put the word out.
She was 84 and was trying to convince me to spend 120. All right. We are broke. We actually aren't that broke. We just haven't liquidated, and I kind of don't want to liquidate so soon. Like, I could. I very well could. And realistically, I will convert like one of the... Probably tomorrow what we end up doing is we're going to convert one of my locks into an adorned. And honestly, the loot we farmed that ended up funding the boots upgrade, pretty good by itself. So now I just need to do it again so I can actually have 400 adorned magic jewels. And we need to spend the time to level up. That being said, I don't see myself actually getting to level 100 on a second character. Like, I think I'm tanky enough and breach does enough. And breach does enough, you know, monster adding to where I might actually get to 100 if I played enough. I just don't think I'll play this character enough to actually get to 100 because that's a lot of playing. And I do have one more build I want to play before I resume my job on Monday. So I doubt I'm getting to 100. However, I might end up buying 5 ways. That might end up being something I do. Get as many levels as I can before then, and then create an XP set for the 5 ways if I can be asked to do that. Otherwise, I just take the -1 jewel socket and call it a day. I mean, I already hit a level 100 this league. I don't necessarily need to. But if I can get to level 97, I think at 97 I should be able to get at 91 2. Actually, it's 98. At 98 I should be able to get my entire passive tree -1 jewel sockets. And I mean, at that point, At that point, we're close enough, in my opinion. So y'all just put 2 explode strong boxes or corpse explode beside each other. Is that how we do it now?
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
Ooh. I am no longer broke. I actually get some money. Speaking of how much are... What the fuck? Map tier 17. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? Why does it say corrupted? Why does it not show originator maps? Why are you still showing... Why does that have double inf... I'm so confused now. Why does that item have 2 implicits? Does anybody know what the fuck is going on here? No wonder it's confusing the fuck out of Awakened Trade. It's confusing me. Okay. 7C. You like the boots? Chance to avoid bleed, poison, chaos res, and raise specters. Congrats. So we have 2 more levels until... Didn't wanna elevate the bleed. I also actually want to run my first T17 today, so I think we're going to do that next. Realistically, we might end up dying, which would be unfortunate for my XP. But we'll see how it goes. Ooh, thank you very much. Ooh, okay. Why? Wild Bristle Annul. Who the fuck is that? And why am I being barraged with ball lightning? Stuff cannot be changed into and no. But I think or into Veiled Exalts. I saw. Trust me, I saw. I considered it, and I said nope. I said fuck no, too expensive. Oh, okay. Jeez. All right, so we do it to 17 after this is what is, I think, the plan. Are we finally max level on you? Oh, not quite. Not yet, anyways.
I'm going to lose focus. We can win this.
I cannot do this yet.
For the dreamer!
Splat. Ooh. Nemesis. The fact that my live search still hasn't produced any results for Watcher's Eye just shows how rare this mod is. Why do you keep woke orbing then? Like you don't woke orb if you want these. Oh wait. Egan. Oh, Egan has something for me. A present.
Yes, yes.
I mean, the boots you made are woke orbed with Hunter. Can't cheaply make that with int. I essence crafted. Or what do we have next? Nothing good.
As expected.
I mean, I'll ping it again. Oh wait, this is a perfect opportunity to intimidating cry and enjoy the bonus movement speed. Look at me go. I love intimidating Cry's movement speak. I really do. This is where the boss is. You know, I think Marauder has one of the best models for the Shaper outfits. Let me see. Let's actually wear it, shall we? It is so weird to float and then leave slam. It is actually hilarious what this still looks like. It looks worse than base sleep slab. What? Functionally, it's acting the same, obviously.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
But it looks so weird. In any case. And they're all level 20. Surely I get 2120 from there, right? I don't even need a 2120 if I'm being very honest anymore. I've gotten my 2120. I just outright bought it. After getting mad unlucky, it just wasn't worth it anymore. Why did they add these walls again? Because fuck if I know. Like this is way less mobs than I'd have been killing if the walls weren't there. Because like if I actually want to go and kill them, I have to do all of that. Like why do I have to leave the comfort of my Alith to go try killing them? Not to mention these guys are fucking slow sometimes. So why do we have to wait for them to make that journey all the way here? Like look at these guys. Look at these ones. Like they're gonna have to go all the way with that movement speed just so I can kill them.
I'll take you all down with me.
Return to Kitava.
It's done. Get out of here.
Why does Alith look bold? That was dumb. Don't do what I just did. That was dumb. I clicked this to replace that, and I didn't notice it just did not do that. What the fuck, man? Bro, what the fuck? So you're telling me I just didn't pick up the crit gem? That's the only way that makes sense. Like fun. Fun. The minion life, I guess. The good news is I only have Syndicate Operatives in my pool, so like I don't have to worry about anything else. Oh, Jesus, man. My turtle is gone. I have to buy another one. That shit was expensive. $380, man.
I'll put the word out.
I don't remember the last time I deleted corpses. Guess it was about time. Cause like in my head, I switched this one. I clicked this one, but it didn't freaking pick for whatever reason. I don't know why I didn't pick. I can see myself hover on the gem. It just didn't pick. I have to assume there was some lag spike or something that caused that to happen. Anyways. All right. Let's go. The good news is I have the currency to replace it. I don't think I have the energy to try to min-max the Scarabs out of this strats. I don't think I have it.
Observe divinity. Believe in me.
P.S. There's a degen beam on me right now. In case that wasn't obvious.
I shall extract the location.
Thank you very much. Off I go. Away. In what's his face voice. Let's do a T17. We're gonna do Sanctuary. We're going to add one scarab for this map because we actually didn't buy the scarabs for it. We don't do anything that affects our what's it called, regen. We don't touch it. We can deal with this. The biggest problem is endurance charges, but like it's fine. We can do this. I probably should have added Delhi to it, but it's fine.
I cannot do this yet.
Of course. I have good internet pretty much all stream-ish. The moment I decide I'm going to showcase in a T17, the build's like, yeah, about that internet. About the interwebs. Yeah, how about we just turn it off for like 5 seconds? That's it. It's 5. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Valdo. So that dude, huh? Interesting.
Be gone! You will know pain! Inevitable! Swift death! Be gone! Swift death! I will bathe this world in blood!
All right, Mr. Beta, let's go. That was more damage than I was expecting. Okay, okay, okay. Fair play. I should respect you. Got it.
Impressive, but futile. Swift death. You will know pain.
Cannot do this yet.
I don't know what that was. I want my character to say, yeah, I cannot do this yet. I cannot do this yet.
Swift death. Inevitable.
Clearly, something is wrong with my enduring cry.
Be gone. You will know pain. Swift death.
Did she gain damage? What is going on? I feel like my buff is not lasting as long as it should be, and that's a problem. Like, it feels like my regen is
Inevitable. Be gone.
like it's worse than it should be. But oh wait, she applies a dot, does she not?
Be gone. You are only delaying the inevitable.
Dude, triple is kind of just rough. Maybe it's the degen I'm feeling. I don't know. It genuinely just felt like my regen was worse in the second half. I'm not exactly sure why it felt that way. Like my hypothesis is she probably just got damaged or something, like she enraged or something, which would make sense. Because the dot like beam, I want to say beam wind attack she does. First time she did it, like I didn't have to move. In that second phase, I was sweating that. So
Fight them off while I handle this.
these guys are definitely hitting over the wall.
I cannot do this yet.
You know what else it could be? It could have been that my Warcry order was kind of messed up or something. So whenever I did take a hit from whenever I wasn't moving around, I wasn't actively like proccing Enduring Cry first thing as soon as I take a hit. Maybe that was it, because like I wasn't moving as much, I wasn't using Leap Slam, so I wasn't actually triggering Forbidden Rites as frequently. That is like the best hypothesis I have. Bro, you hurt. think that's it. GG. All right, that's our first T17 on the build. Was it? Is the first T17 I've attempted at least. Overall, I can't complain. I even duped Valdo, so that was really good money actually. Can you go in? Thank you. They are so good. What are? Oh lol. Yeah. Wait, who is DD in exactly? You? Oh, we have ritual in this map. We should do it. Odds are going to have only 3 rituals though.
I cannot do this yet.
My guy, how did you already die? How?
My mana is gone.
Like +2 with res or just +2 /int? Oh no. So +2 int is the only requirement. There's only 3. Sure, I can make you a pair. Quant. Giga mana, giga and minus. Yeah, okay. The gold struggle.
I cannot do this yet.
Just use orbs. of regrets / unmaking.
My mana is gone.
It's way less than Faustus though. All right. We'll run a few more maps and then think about upgrades. Realistically, what do my upgrades look like aside the really expensive ones? And do I want to make them today? I could make them today, but I think they're better off being a tomorrow stream thing. Ooh, there is a ritual here and he has the bosses, so this is actually going to be huge. Broski, do you not like the concept of giving me what you already promised me? I really don't get Sentinel, and all the times it just decides to poop itself. Thinking of that FF the 5 pin on Tyrion. Which one was on Tyrion again? Which one is on Tyrion? The 5 pin is this one, right? No, that's Indomitable Resolve. The 5 pin is one of these guys on. Gain % of missing or reserve life before being hit. So basically Defiance of Destiny. Well, Tyrion is life regenerates. Phase damage prevented from hits in the past. So just life regenerate and love. Physical damage regenerated, prevented regenerated. I think on Tyrion is... I'd prob go on Tyrion. I'm very surprised the 27% is that cheap. I'll be honest, like I didn't think it'd be that cheap.
My mana is gone.
My damage against him has improved so much since the first time we did it on this build. The upgrade's paying dividends already. Welcome back. I duped Valdos from the strong boxes, so they are dupeable and they are considered currency. Okay, so we can't outrightly buy that, which is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to defer it. Is this for Hydras, by the way? Are you going the solution? Oh yeah, Necro Ages. Okay, that's fair. I ran my first T17 to see how it felt, and it was good. It was good. Nice. Lycia did kill me, but I think that was just a damage issue. I could eat most of the things that Baydat and Lycia threw at me until third phase. Then things started really hurting. So come on now. I needed damage to be able to burst that last phase, I assume. But yeah, it was alright. Like through Baydat's phase, I was mostly able to stand still until I got like an unlucky streak of like Baydat hitting me into a tank. What did I get? Oh, a Valdos. I'll take it. The Baydat hits me into the circle things, hitting me multiple times, I think is what happened.
You think it's worth me buying Dunes maps at 15 COPs?
16.5s?
Yeah.
I mean, why are you asking? I don't think I know the going rate, but it sounds cheaper than what I know to be the rate for Dunes. Are you now realizing the price of 16.5s or what?
I'm just gonna buy some so I could use it for this strat.
How much did you think they were? Because like as when I got them, they were
20, I guess.
When I got mine, they were what, 23. I bought them from you for like 25 or something.
Yeah, so 15 is actually pretty good.
They're swarming me. Nearly done.
Aelith, you know you don't have to do this. You really don't have to blow yourself up. We can talk this out, okay?
Fall
No hesitation. Well, props to you for the balls, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Oh. Don't worry. Whenever the dreamer becomes a killable boss, we'll be there to kill. If that happens.
Killed him so many times.
But that's in the past. Not anymore. We haven't actually killed it in this timeline.
We're partners right now. I won't be lying. Time I'm there, I'll be chain killing now. I'll just be snitching now. I'll just be killing like that now.
Bad is it? Bad hates Alith.
Yeah, let's just say it, man. I'll be the biggest fan.
All right.
My mana is gone.
Where's Squall? I found a Dumb Blow Saboteur build that had me scratching my head. Dumb Blow Saboteur.
One as well on Reddit.
Lol. Send the link. Let's look at this head scratcher. I'm wondering what a Saboteur gives, but I guess mines can't do a melee attack, so it'd have to be for a debuffing mine, maybe. Probably. Can't think of why else. It's not worth slapping and influenced. It's fractured. It can't be influenced. All right, let's see this. Opening POB. All right, Saboteur, what do you have? I'm guessing you have the bots. Now you have hits have 30% chance to deal more area damage, less area damage taken from hits. 30% chance to take less area damage from hits. CDR, nearby enemies have reduced CDR. And trigger bots. I think the core of this is probably this and probably this. Those two are probably very important for whatever he's doing. He's using Surging Thoughts, which summons Greater Harbinger of the Arcane. Trigger Spell Cascade. Let's pull up the wiki. The Surging Thoughts. Summon Greater Harbinger of the Arcane is cast speed and mana regen. Give me a quick second. All right, I'm back. Where were we? We're looking at this build. He has Surging Thoughts. Surging Thoughts is increased cast speed, mana regen, and also this is potentially cracked. I mean, it's a lot of
I'm trying
rarity.
Nemesis maps. I rolled like 30 plus.
All right.
I don't,
Are you running them today? Or are you running something?
started running them because it's kind of early for bed. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it today, but I'll finish it tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. So he has a Harbinger, and all it's given is cast speed, mana regen, and pen. I guess it grants this buff. And I assume this is to all allies.
I was gonna do it in Beach, but I don't think it's worth it because Beach is a bomb.
07. I don't understand the weapon. What? Let's start with his skill, I guess. Okay. Where is his main skill? Dominating blow, right? He's going living lightning. So the important thing is he's meant to do lightning damage to his attacks to summon living lightning, and then they both benefit from all of these. Cool. That makes sense. He's also using Rallying Cry. And Rallying Cry auto exertion. So he just wants the War Cry. He wants to exert his attacks, or he wants the War Cry. I assume his War Cry is giving him something if he's going. Where's War Cry Mastery? He has Lone Messenger? So no aura? Question mark? And he has no auras. So he has Herald of Purity as a DPS minion as well. So he's going... So he wants to kill. He's not using Gravevines, is he? He's not using Gravevines. He should be using Gravevines. He has a 3-link socketed into that sword. Yeah, but the 3-link shouldn't be affected by anything in the weapon that I can see. Overcharge, Feeding Frenzy, Summon Phantasm. So these are supporting what I imagine are these two skills. But I think it's mostly for the Storm Cascade. Storm Cascade is a skill that does what now? Storm Cascade, what are you doing? It does 100% of physical damage converted to lightning damage, and trigger this spell when you attack, causes +5 burst. So he attacks with Dawn Blow, triggers this as well. This summons Phantasms. Phantasms give Feeding Frenzy, and he shocks with it potentially. I assume he's using this guy. Yes, he is. Cool. We're starting to make sense of it. So he's using Phantasms, Herald of Purity, Dominating Blow, and Living Lightning as 4 different minions. Now he's War Crying, I assume, to just exert the attack. So maybe his Dawn Blow does more damage or something. He has no War Cry Mastery, so it's not because of rage. It's not because of banner anything. Yeah, it's none of that. He can't exert his War Cry with Dawn Blow since it's linked to multi-strike. Is that a thing? It is interesting. So that means he has to exert it with something else. Or he just has a reason to want to rallying cry. He has CDR. That should affect. What skills does he have that care about CDR? Svalin kind of cares about CDR. What is he triggering? He has automation steel skin with spirit offering on his. None of these are elemental spells, so why didn't he Svalin? No, auto exertion removes the buffs, so his minions are not getting a buff with auto exertion. That's the whole point of auto exertion. Shield charge, conductivity, tempest shield. These are definitely a key part of his damage, and I assume his phantasms giving feeding frenzy are also a big part of it. To dumb blow, and of course living lightning is also a big part of his damage with dumb blow, or his overall damage. So he has a minion army of sorts. But where does trigger bots come into play? Anything he triggers, i.e. will get triggered off of his trigger bots. So what is he triggering? He's triggering rallying cry. Is there a universe where his skitter bots would trigger rallying cry and that would actually buff anything? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. He's not triggering anything off of his shield. That's a bust. His weapon is mostly summon phantasm, so nothing's being triggered. However, he is triggering Storm Cascade. So when he attacks, his skitterbots also trigger the Storm Cascade. So he gets Storm Cascade going off. The trigger bots get more going off. I assume all three of them. So that's probably why he went trigger bot for the Storm Cascade. Now, why does he care about the Storm Cascade? I don't see it doing any meaningful amount of damage. So let's just go into calc and see. Storm Cascade. Yeah, it barely has scaling. Its job is to summon phantasms, as far as I can tell. Wait. Oh, he does have a fair amount of increased damage. He doesn't have a lot of. He doesn't have any more damage. Like he has 44% less, which is quite noticeable. But he's triggering it as well, and triggering it a lot. It seems like. But why does he care to trigger it? Because it's not triggering living lightning, so it's just triggering and potentially hitting a lot. It doesn't even have Cullen Strike. It doesn't do a lot of damage, so it's not shocking a whole bunch that I can see. From what I can gather here, his main damage is coming from Herald of Purity, Dominating Blow, and Living Lightning. Those three minions are his main DPS source. He has a lot of them because he's using lone messenger for the Herald. He's using Lycia. He's using Lycia, right? Tom is using Lycia, or he's not? No, he's not. He's using this. Oh, this is why he needs Warcry. He needs 80% increased damage. So he has Rallying Cry. Why not Gen Cry? Anyways, that's why the Warcry exists. He's getting 80% increased damage from there. That increased damage obviously also goes to him via Spiritual Aid, but that's besides the point. All 3 minions benefit from that. The small node is Warcry speed. Negligible. No one cares. He's going Spirit Offering, which I find interesting, which means he has crit scaling. How is he getting crit? And why does he take this wheel? This wheel is a very bad wheel to take. You never take that wheel. He has a ton of power charges. Power charge, endurance. And he's using the belts. What do absorption charges do again? Elemental damage taken recouped as ES. So he's using that as a defensive layer. And using endurance charges to... So that's a defensive layer for him. When he gets hits, he recoups elemental damage. Does he have Fist taken as elemental? He should. He does not. Why does he not? I don't know why he doesn't, but he doesn't. He also uses Sorrow of the Divine. So he really wants his ES to not be low. He really wants... Oh, he is CI. Okay, he's CI. So that means he has early damage recouped as his life, essentially. But things I don't fully understand. I don't fully understand why he had to pick up an entire wheel of intelligence in PoE 1. That seems... I mean, he's very unique, hungry. He has only 3 res, which obviously puts a lot of pressure on his suffixes and whatnot. He's using Ancient Skull, but I don't see any insane minion crits sources. Like, he has no way of giving his minions crits to the point of having Ancient Skull, because, like, there's no increased crit anywhere. Spirit Offering is there, yes, but he has no sources of flat crits. He has no... He has Brittle, so there's that, I guess. But like at a best case scenario, which he's not going to get, you can get like 6% crits. That puts them at 11. And with, does he have effect of offering? He does not. So we're looking at like from 11 base crit, you're looking at going to 26% crits. And then he has some crit chance here, which I then guess takes him to like the 30-ish%. I don't know that I get this build. If he was even using the helmets, the charge helmets, to give his minions his charge, I would understand, but like he doesn't do that. Oh, I guess this is minion crits per max power charge you have. So wait, but he doesn't have max power charges. Oh no, he does. He still gains max power charges. It's just he doesn't gain power charges, he gains absorption charges. This doesn't... No. This doesn't make sense because the belt says modifiers to max power charges instead, not apply to both. They say instead applies to... Oh, that's minimum. Minimum applies to absorption, maximum applies to max power charges. Okay. So it's not instead. So his max power charges are his max power charges. So that would affect crit chance from Ancient Skull. His crit chance in this case is how many what's his max crit chance or power charges? Can I see it here? Charges? 9 power charges, so that is a lot of increased crit chance. That is 50% per power charge. That is 450% increased crits. So he has 450% increased crit strike chance on his minions coming from here, which is a lot of crit strike chance actually. That paired with Brittle and Spirit Offering gives him a fair amount of actual minion crit chance, even though they don't have crit chance because he doesn't use Spectres or anything like that. So if we were to go into a minion, we would see a lot of crit chance, 555. So without Brittle, this is what they are looking at, 32% crit chance. 40% crit chance rather. With Brittle, Brittle isn't here. Whenever I click that, I just lose track of everything. Let's say 3, 4. I think 3 is fair. That puts him at 64%. So he's not crit cap, but he actually does have a fair amount of minion crits. But this also means they aren't listening to him. They're just doing their own thing. But they're all temporary minions, so like it's no big deal. Gain a power charge on non-crits, lose all on crits. Another max power charge. So he's really trying to get max power charges here. He also has split personality. What is he stacking? Int and max ES. How much int does he have? He has 442 ints. What does he have that's scaling with ints? There has to be something. There has to be a reason he's scaling ints. Why would he be scaling ints? There's a key to this puzzle somewhere. Because at 443, he doesn't need int for anything. Int is equal more ES, but there's many better ways to achieve that, I think. There has to be something. Surely it can't just be for the freaking ES, right? There has to be something that's scaling off of int. I've gone through this gear multiple times. He has nothing. Nothing is scaling off of int. Ascendancy, please save us. There has to be, right? What even am I looking at? Like the int scaling, it's just now I'm realizing he doesn't even need this to fulfill his requirements. Like he really doesn't. But he's intentionally going out of his way to scale int. Why? Also, where the fuck is the split personality? He just has it in his tree. The absolute madman. It's not even in a cluster jewel. He also has many 1 points. He has 1 point here, reduce mana cost of attacks. He has 1 point here, chance to shock. Yo, she has me beat. I don't get it. I wish I did. I don't get it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I've thought about so many different things it could be. None of it makes sense to me. I figured you'd want to see it. I mean, I was very curious. What the fuck could he have been doing? Int is mana and ES. So by stacking int, you're getting mana and ES, but he doesn't care about mana. His max mana doesn't matter. For anything I saw, at least. He wasn't mana stacking. He wasn't mind over matter. None of that. ES obviously matters because it's CI. But instead of half as all those points he put into ES, he could have just put them into int. He could have put them into ES and have gotten way better results. I'm completely stumped. I don't know. I do not know. I can't fathom. I was intrigued by surging thoughts. I went down that rabbit hole. Yo, that is quite the rabbit hole. Like, at first, I was thinking, you know, maybe I see some rhyme to there's some rhyme to the rhythm. Like, there's something. Like, maybe there's some thought. But as I kept going down the rabbit hole, I'm like, But then there's this. Like, we're looking at, oh, he has this minion, this minion, this minion. These minions are, he's scaling in this way. So he actually has some decent damage. He can't use auras, yada yada. I'm understanding the build. And then it just comes from nowhere and smacks me like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Like, the int just threw me for a loop. I'm like, why is he int stacking?
I cannot do this yet.
Why on earth could you possibly be int stacking? He's not using the Baron or anything like that. He's not using a weapon that scales off of int. It's not even like the int stacking mace or whatever it's called. You know, it's not that either. It's just he had nothing that scaled off of int, but he took all the int on himself. Ooh, dude, these strong boxes be dropping. I have 47 exalts to my 31 divines. What gives? You said the bar that I saw Farbon version of that. I was like, oh, that's you. Oh, you didn't know about the Baron? Yeah, the Farbon Baron is kind of cool. In stacking for the first time. It actually allows you to ES leech and life leech on at the same time. The defensive layers that opens excites me a lot. I actually don't have plans on rolling it, but I would love to see the setup. Like, it's bound to be freaking tanky. Like, good luck trying to dot that down. You know, like, it's going to be very, very tanky. You can really take advantage of like corrupted soul and stuff like that. Have a lot of life as extra ES, because you can get that on corrupted soul and I can get that here. I don't know if the small ones, they don't do that, right? It's just this guy. Like, get a lot of life as extra ES, stack a lot of life, and then leech both of them. Maybe we can cope and say maybe he wants to instack on the Baron and he's preparing to go there, but he's not quite there yet. So like, you know, he's on his way, but he's not quite there. So that's why we're seeing so much ints. I love how I can actually just put my minions down here and they literally clear all the strong boxes in the line I opened. That's, I think, one of the more satisfying things about Syndicate Operatives in this strong box strats. I just see a line of strong boxes and I just go click, 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 put them on one end, everybody dies. Everybody dies. No exceptions. But yeah, instacking Baron, if instacking wasn't as expensive as it is because of, you know, the instackers, it might have been something I might have done as a pastime. I mean, I have done strength stacking a lot, and this is likely one of the only few times we can actually instack on minions. And it's bound to feel different simply because you have in, so you're scaling ES by baseline. And then the leech and everything. But I don't think I'll actually get to do it. There's many other things I want to do this league in terms of builds. But just on the off chance, there's a very, very tiny, I doubt we'll actually get the chance, but there's a very tiny possibility that we opt for it. Think you could do Witch and Guardian int Baron? You could definitely do Witch. I think Witch intrigues me way more than Guardian, but both would work. Guardian would be very, I mean, it's one of the few reasons why you wouldn't go Necro, because you have Leech outside of Necro, right? Because Leech is like one of the bigger reasons to go Necro. It's hard to compete with just getting Leech, in my opinion. So the fact that you can get Leech elsewhere means it's obviously issuing whenever there's like other minion ascendancies you want to consider, simply because now you can get that elsewhere. So your ascendancies have a bit of flex room there. Ooh, okay. I probably shouldn't be standing in the middle of that, but alas, here we are. You know something about the Dark Monarch version of this build I POB'd? As good as it is, I don't know if I would actually end up rolling it as a Dark Monarch. And there's a few reasons why, but I think the biggest one is, in order to fully utilize that variant, you're going to have to use a Carnage Chieftain. And one of the downsides on blue altars is reduced defense per frenzy charge. And seeing as I don't exactly like reading blue altars, I think I should stay away from frenzy charges, because I honestly don't even have automation to spare to use like phase run to eat them. So I don't have that going for me. Well, Necro, I mean, with Necro you can go life leech and you can go ES leech, and you're leeching both of them at the same time, and that is a very cool concept. My idea with the Necro, right, this is the thought process behind going Necro and going Int Baron, is you'd go Corrupted Soul as a Timeless Jewel or Glorious Vanity, but you go Corrupted Soul, and this makes it so 50% of all damage bypasses ES, and you obviously go Hybrid Life and ES, and then you gain 50% of life as extra ES. So this gives you a lot of ES, but then that last message comment idea. Yeah, so with this, you effectively have, whenever you have ES, it's essentially a 50% DR for your life, but because you're leeching both of them at the same time, it's going to be very hard for you to get one shot because of your bigger pool of, like, on life and ES. But besides that, you have way more sustain to actual dots while you're hitting things, which are zombies, right? So it would be really nice. It would be really nice. And let's not forget, you also have the added option to not run Ghost River, and by not running Ghost River, you actually do keep your ES recharge. So ES recharge is still in play, which is something ES based minion builds typically never have as well. Radiant Faith is the reservation. Oh, it's armor equal to reserve mana, ES equal to reserve mana. You would need a lot of reserved mana, like a raw amount of reserve mana for this to be that great. Now, of course, if you go something like a prism guardian, then it's kind of easy to get the reserved. The prism guardian, no. This one wants you to mana stack. Never mind, it's not prism guardian. Prism guardian is life reservation on your auras. You just need a lot of raw mana, but then you can get a lot of armor and ES, I guess, as a result. If there's anything that intrigues me the most about... Oh shit. Look at where I'm dropping Valdos. Woo, I love Syndicate Operatives, yo. I see a long line of strong boxing and I just think, ooh, juicy. Very juicy. Ooh. Nebulous. Prism Guardian plus Petrified Blood and run like... So you'd go low life and then reserve 50% of your life. Okay. Run 1 Topaz Saf and leave 2 flat slots open with that Timeless Jewel. I mean, if you go Timeless Jewel, you can't go Corrupted Soul unless you have a different source of Corrupted Soul. Unless you're... Or are you thinking about something else entirely that is not Corrupted Soul? Because Corrupted Soul is Glorious Vanity. What you're talking about is Barbala, which is Elegant Hubris. Is it Elegant Hubris? I think so. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're going Guardian, so you don't have Life Leech, so you don't want Corrupted Soul anyways. So that means you're going to end up mana stacking. And by mana stacking... Oh, is this Ember Wake? It is. You're going to end up mana stacking, and by mana stacking, you're getting armor and ES, and of course mana, but mostly armor and ES. And you're getting a lot of flat reservations as well, because flat reservations you really benefit from flat reservations when you mana stack, because now it's a much smaller percent of your overall mana pool. So that means you might want to run precision, vitality, and clarity, and the reason being is precision is still crit if you're scaling crit, assuming you're scaling crit. If you're not scaling crit, then you ignore that, of course. Clarity is mana regen, so it's nice to have, and then vitality is ES regen if you take Zealot Suit. But because you have a lot of reservation from the second Guardian node, you're incentivized to reserve as much as you can on both life and ES, or both life and mana. I'm watching. I'm not going to delete my minions again. We shall not delete our minions. Capish? I'm going to make sure I pick up the gem when I'm putting it back in my chest piece. The gem needs to be picked up. That reminds me, I should do this as well. All right, we need to sell these guys, the sanctuary maps. They are where a good chunk of my wealth is sitting in. Then I can liquidate all the little Ds, but realistically I also just need to get rid of one of my locks, and by getting rid of that I can get a very, very healthy adorned with some jewels. But I think I need to liquidate everything else so I can actually afford the magic jewels that go with adorned. Yeah, 50% more reservation effect, which means you just want to reserve a whole lot more, as much as you can, because like you can fit it, right? You can do that. So your mana, your life, you just want everything to be reserved, which is why Prism Guardian is really big, because Arrogance has a 200% multi. Prism Guardians is free, so by going Prism Guardian, you can keep way more in your life and then go low life, and then of course go Baobala, so you can actually use the coruscating elixir so that you can then actually maintain low life. And since it will be zombies, will be walking simulator, yup. And you can still get triple aura if you so choose with the other Guardian Ascendancy for triple for lightning, wrath, aura, wrath, anger, and hatred.
Go! I'll handle it from here.
And then you can then use stuff like aspect of the spider for offense. You can use precision offensive. What else would be a good offensive aura for you to use? Of course, you probably want as much gain as extra. You'd want to convert to your damage to elemental, but you want to potentially leave it as tri elements just because you're scaling all of them effectively. Which means it might be a flesh crafter angle in that case if you go the triple aura route. Flesh crafter allows you to ignore res, so you don't have to worry about all the reservations and whatnot. No, yeah, you can go flesh crafter if you so choose, or you can just pick one element and go with that. But it's actually one of the few builds where I can see you realistically going something like flesh crafter. And and defensively, you're not even doing bad because you can still have like the discipline, determination, all that good stuff reserved, as well as double or triple purity, depending on how you want to do it.
I cannot do this yet.
You can go triple purity, actually, like triple purity of ice, lightning, and fire to have high all res or high 2 res. But if you go for 2 reses, you're going to need enough conversion to convert everything else to those elements. And so long as you're going Balbala, that is going to be hard to do. Oh yeah, but you can also just use a melding as well. A melding would fix the max res issue. Because at the end of the day, you can only use 3 flasks, and one of those flasks is already a coruscating elixir, so you can't actually get all 3 of them to 90 with flask and whatnot. You have to get 2 of them, or so by going melding, you can just get 1 of them instead and juice everybody else with either purities, or find ways to solve your. You're already going purity of elements, so that plus a purity should be a lot of suffix pressure relief for you.
Got me!
And depending on how much int you're able to get, you actually know you can't go bone melt on a build like that because your amulet is too big in attribute stacking. You can't spare it for bone melt. You genuinely can't.
I nearly have it.
Because amulet can have percent int, percent attributes. It can have synth implicit. Wait, is it? There's synth implicit percent int, right? Yeah. Is the mob that is creating frost wall and fleeing still alive? Oh, that reminds me. I have the gem. I am socketing the gem. I am removing the other one. But the game is like, yeah, Naji, you don't have the gem. You have 2 clusters more than likely with 35-3 and 10 int. Yeah. You go for 35 int and attack speed with ES, flat ES. And then you'd obviously go split personality for Giga ES. No, Giga int rather. Berex grip. Berex pass. Congrats. Congrats on 07. I need to sell all of these soon. I'll be honest, I hate picking up random T16.5s and dealing with them. I really do. They all sell for like 3 chaos, but I don't want to deal with that. Are we melee attacking?
Exile. A fresh tag.
My monitor's gone.
It is done.
I cannot do this yet.
I think this is the first map my map runners are complete in this league. Congrats to them.
Retreat, Highborn!
I think one of my next strats is going to be a T17 map farmer. Like map farming 8 mod maps in T17s. So I can A, have a bulk that I can just drop for my map runners if I need to. If I decide to actually engage with map running. Or B, just have that a self farm collection that I use to either scry or do whatever else with.
Nearly done!
But definitely not to sell. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. Isn't it funny how I clear in 2 different directions depending on where the portal spawns me at? And I'm just now realizing that if the portal spawns me here, I go counterclockwise. But if it spawns me on the right, I go clockwise. You would think I would always go counterclockwise or always go clockwise, but nope. I'm somehow weird like that, and I somehow it makes perfect sense to me. Don't ask me how. It just does. All of y'all are corrupted maps, so I will pass on that. I also think we're
Hello?
oh shit, let's go. Let's go.
It is ready.
Good night.
What's on your mind?
Oh yeah. Fun fact, you can pull Leap Slam on your left click. But if you were to pull Leap Slam on your left click, you actually cannot interact with stuff like portals. I know because I tried. It did not work.
I cannot do this yet.
Wrong device. You know, I'd much rather have the maps around City Square than Dunes. I really hate the maps around Dunes. Stuff like Academy and Cursed Crypts. Who the fuck likes them? They're ass. Compared to like Atoll, like look at how easy it was to get to the boss.
As expected.
Like that was so much those layouts were so much better than anything Dunes has around it. It's one thing I really miss when I switch from City Square to Dunes. Like now that I'm back on City Square, I can actually use those points for seeing more of these guys.
Observe divinity. Reprimand.
I wonder if I can eat that.
Conviction shall free your mind. Open your heart. You deny a god.
Right, where was I?
You are giving my loot. Thank you.
Gone.
Unique strong boxes are so weird. They're almost all just complete ass. One thing to note about Syndicate Operatives is if they ever get too close to an enemy, they can. They don't always do it, but they can use a melee attack that is just straight up worse than their range attack. So if you're ever facing a boss and you notice you're very close to the boss, convocate them away. I mean, you taunt enemies, so it's easy to keep them out of melee range from your Syndicate Operatives. But it's just something to keep in mind, because they do have a melee attack. Fuck is this? Combs cash. The fuck did you drop? A Combs item? Just void HC. Lol. When did my womb gets fill up? All right, let's go deal with that. It somehow filled up, even though we emptied it early in the stream. So we need to go deal with that.
Welcome back.
Anyways, what do we have? We have you.
The Genesis tree accepts.
Le Hupe. Essence Worm. Did they change the art on Essence Worm, or has it always been like this? I feel like it didn't look like this when I was new. Pyroclasp, Mother's Embrace, increase max ES. Farborn Sneak Bites. Max life converted to ES, and then chaos damage recouped as life. So nothing good. Speaking of, I really should start dusting these guys too. I really should. Oh well. By the way, and I need to spend more. But before we do, oh, we're halfway. We're about halfway to our 50 mil shipments. Not bad, not bad. Making progress there. What do we want to spend this on now? I guess we just do corrupt currency. Ooh. Oh, 2 divines? Shall take it. This tree is helping my divine to exalt ratio because yo, everywhere else has decided I don't deserve divines. Cause like, why am I still like, even with those 2 I just got is 4733. I just got a full stack of these. I need to sell them. I kind of don't care to have that many. But hey, look at that. We finished our craft blood. Finished most of the lavishes we had. Oh, we finished it there with less. We are still broke AF. At least in liquid money. Did I skip out on any strong boxes? No, I did not. Ow. Oh. Ooh. Jeez. All right, one last map and then we can call it today. So far, I would say my opinion on Syndicate Operatives has improved. Not by too much in the sense of they are expensive to make, you know, to actually make work. But I do think we're going to see more and more builds that can actually properly use them. Especially with the phase converts changes. I think the phase convert overall was really the deciding factor on Syndicate Operatives. I think the moment they got it, it was a foregone conclusion that they could actually become viable again. Whereas like prior to this league and the conversion, they really weren't anything to write home about. But that being said, I have improved as a build maker since last time I tried my hand with them in Frisia. So I mean, I am always improving, so there's that. So I will give myself some slack there. But I do think the big convert multi is, I mean, it's big. It's times 4 damage, right? It's literally just times 4 damage. Whatever their base damage was before, now it's times 4, so long as you're converting and all that. So yeah. But there are also going to be many other specters we can take advantage of, and I'm sure there's some like old but gold specters aside Syndicate Operatives that will actually really benefit from the changes. And the one really good thing about the current my current template for like what I'm using for Syndicate Operatives is that it can work for many phase converts to code minions. Like it's literally just plug and play for many of them. Now for some of them you might have to scale differently. You might have to change your jewels. Instead of going for like adorned, you might end up going for, you know, what's the other one I'm thinking about? Non-adorned Grand Spectrums, that guy. Grand Spectrum with minion crit multi. You might end up doing something along those lines instead, because I mean these guys kill very well with flat damage, but like say look at something like Hydras don't, and you'd have to use like a bit more crit scaling to take those guys to where you want them to go. Only problem with this is the way I feel this build, like with this build, it really wants either a mage blood to tie your defenses together, or B, an adorn to tie your offenses together, or B or C, both of them to tie everything together. Because with a mage blood, we're able to solve many problems that would have been very, very noticeable without it. What do I mean? We can go CI and get an easy 90% ores because we have access to this flask. We're 89 right now. Realistically, we should get the extra 1% res. It's currently accounted for my POB. I need to account for it in game actually, but that would involve dropping this guy, and I mean, I don't care, I can. Anyways, that's besides the point. It allows you to do that. It allows you to become CB immune, which helps a lot with dots, because CB can be problematic. Bleeds can, I mean, they're probably okay, but nothing too insane. But even more so, it allows you to scale a lot of armor through basalt and granite. And because we can scale that much armor, we actually do have access to divine shield, which is going to give us a whole lot of recovery, because we're going to be regenerating that physical damage prevented as ES alongside our enduring cries regen. So we have a TLDR. It ends up giving us a ton of regen, and because we have access to all of that, we can actually get away with a tree like this that does, I mean, we don't have access to endurance charges because endurance charges are core to the engine of the build. So you can't scale max endurance charges. So even though we're like right beside this and right beside this, we actually can't take them unless we're willing to use mirrored rings, which I'm really not. So like there's that. And by being CI, we get to channel all our regen through zealots and not care about the fact that we no longer have life regen. If we were as hybrid, that would be the case. Now, granted, it is not mage blood that activates CI for us. We can have CI without mage blood, but it's mage blood that allows us to really juice divine shield alongside it, which feels really nice to have, especially seeing as we do not have block. We cannot block, right? If I had to drop my mage blood, I'd have to figure out, I would have to figure out the armor situation, because we wouldn't have access to these two. And what does my armor drop to if I take these two out? 8k. Right, 8k. 9k. So it's not nearly as effective. Now, of course, even without mage blood, you can still have some level of flask. So it's not necessarily that you don't have that. Right? You can actually have that outside of mage blood. But mage blood makes it reliable and makes it so single target you can actually have that. So, because the only sources of increased armor we technically have on the tree is this wheel and this wheel. We don't have any other sources of increased armor. We do not touch any of the other obvious increased armor wheels. We do not take anything in way of increased armor. We take increased ES. We do not take increased armor. But we also get determination from him, so he does help quite a bit in that regard as well. Without the turtle, we have like 18k armor even with a mage blood, so he is doing some heavy lifting as well. And of course, the core of the build is increased defense is coming from Umbral Army and this. So like in town, we checked it earlier this stream, we were getting like 3.3k ES just by having minions, because when you're in town you don't have specters, so all those bonuses are down and you get to actually see what you would have had without those bonuses. So very, very, very comfy setup, if you will. Now for offenses, like I said, Adorned really ties it together. Now I don't feel the pressure to actually, because like, oh, I didn't even know, but I didn't have my rallying cry in, and rallying cry is my DPS. It's a big chunk of the damage. If I go into POB, and you can see this, if I turn off my rallying cry, i.e. if they don't get caught in it, we lose almost half of DPS. It's a lot of DPS, but because we have an Adorned, we have so much damage outside of it that we don't feel the need to always capture everybody in it, which is something I felt when I was still on, I guess, a relatively low DPS budget. I felt like I needed, as I was clearing, to make sure my minions got my war cries. Like I needed to make sure they were in the circle.
What is it?
Which can make clearing a bit slower, because now whenever you know you're off cooldown, you want to just have a tiny bit of like, you know, that. So Adorn really solidifies your damage without the cries, which makes it so when you do have the cries, it just amplifies even more. But when you don't, it doesn't really harm your clear too much, at least. So when you run into the tankier enemies, you can actually afford to stay around your minions a bit more to really make sure they have the cries. One big disadvantage of this build that I'm hoping I can figure out a solution to is in bossing, because Syndicate Operatives damage is not great, right? You need good investment to go to do Ubers. We can do Pinnacle bosses, no problem, but Ubers, we're going to want to have more damage than we currently do. We actually, if I had to estimate, I'd say we're probably in the 10 to like, we're about like maybe 20 mil DPS right now, 15 mil. So that's not enough for Ubers, but that's more than enough for Pinnacles. And that's like just eyeballing estimation. I could be wrong. I would say that because of that, whenever you're facing bosses, there is going to be a tendency to there is the possibility that minions die because they are reliant on your enduring cry to sustain whatever big damage they take. It's a very big part of their defensive layers, and if you're spending too much time dodging or running around while they're DPSing, they're not actually going to get caught in that enduring cry. So depending on what abilities you're eating, it could be problematic. So that's one thing we need to kind of solve for. I haven't quite figured out how we're going to do that, but it is important that, because we have leech. Leech is not the problem. We have leech. We don't have much regen for them, but we have life scaling, so they're not actually squishy. They have life going for them, but they do use awakening minion damage, which does make them squishier. So if we wanted to, I guess we could swap this out for something else. Could go for 3 white sockets. That would actually be really good for this chest piece because we use 3 off colors, right? I could go for a 4th white socket as well after I get 3. That could be something I do actually. Anyways, besides the point, dropping awakening minion damage might be the solution for that, because it does give them 25% less life, which is very impactful for their survivability. Because if you look in here, they have awakening minion damage, Syndicate Operatives, this one, they have a total of 239k max hits. Yeah, this is not my POB. This is the aspirational POB, if you will. 239k max hit, 291k because I have Purity of Fire, and then 96k. Now if I were to remove it, suddenly this is close to 300k. This is in the 361. This is 120. This is 145. So that just gives them extra time to stay alive for until your enduring cry comes back off cooldown, and you can actually get them in the enduring cry. So it allows them to go longer without the regen to then actually still be alive for the regen. So that might be something we work to maybe not need, but it's so much damage that I've tried playing around with not having it. I think I had Vicious Proj before, and I mean it's good damage all the same, but then you have 4 off colors and you know it's not quite as much damage. The difference now is like it's not as bad, but it's still, if we were like 3 mil DPS, so it's less than 10% more damage, but it's still like 8% more damage or something like that. Like, you get rough guesstimates. But yeah, very happy with how the build is turning out. I will be releasing a guide video on this, or just a video talking about it soon. I'm thinking it's probably going to be out on Wednesday, probably. That's the most likely time. Tomorrow I want to make the adorned upgrades, and once we're done with the adorned upgrades, we are then going to showcase it against Ubers, and then actually with that I can make the guide and everything. I have a next build as well. I have the rough. I haven't actually started POBing. What I have, the closest thing I have to a POB for that next build is literally just the shell of a tree. Like I literally did this in 10 minutes last night. Haven't put any cluster jaws, really haven't put too much thought into it, aside like the actual theory part of it. Having fleshed it out, I haven't put any items in there. I don't know anything, right? But that is going to be a different build for, that's going to be the next build actually. And then past the next build, there's different things we could go after that, but one thing at a time. Let's finish this build before we get to the next, before we start talking about the one after that. How about that? You know. But anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. I will be back tomorrow, same time. Till then, have a good night. Champion? Yeah. 100%. My next build is gonna be a champion. It's gonna be a champion using it that crawls. The idea is banners anyways, but there are still a few mechanics I need to work out, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, Lit, but before I go, I'm gonna go, I promise. Before I go, Awe and Terror, I don't know if this explode scales off of their damage or your damage. I assume it's yours. It reads like it's yours, but it also reads like it's not scalable at the same time, so I don't know. This is going to be a big source of player speed, I think, with the build having it explode. But I'd be curious to see if it scales off of your damage or minion damage. Worst case scenario, it would be as simple as taking spiritual aid, but you know. I assume banners are made to be supports, and it wouldn't make sense for a support to scale damage in a typical like support character build. And for melee characters, who are also part of the design of banners, it does make sense for them to scale off of their damage. So if I had to guesstimate, this would scale off of the damage of the entity that kills it. The same way, but this is all what's the word I'm looking for here? This is all conjecture. That's what I'm thinking about. If you look at the occultist, Profane Bloom scales off of the damage of the person that kills, but this also says you or your minions. So I understand that it scales off of your minions and it scales off of you. If you kill, it scales off your damage. If your minions kill, it scales off of their damage. So it'd be curious to see if basically if I put this on and it feels like shit, then I will know it scales off of my damage. That's going to be the test basically. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Adorn swap, like I said, and we're going to be testing Ubers, all that. And I'm going to be, I don't know if I'm going to do it today, tomorrow, or next, but I will be working on a sort of lower budget POB for the Syndicate Operatives, because I would like there to be at least a slightly cheaper option than a Mage Blood variant and Adorned and all that for the build. Now, granted, I had the knowledge to go with the high budget POB and run with it and figure out how I would scale into that, but I would like a more streamlined path, even though I know that there's no low budget version for this build. There can't be a low budget version. I think Syndicate Operatives don't do enough damage, and I think like the alternatives like Hydra are too squishy to survive that low budget situation. So one of these days I'm going to work on a lower budget POB. Just like it's probably going to be along a mid to high budget range, but it's not quite as high budget as this one because so much money goes into it, right? But anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Till then,